Good luck, boys.
Thank you.
And welcome everybody to another exciting week of the Kickback, brought to you by Casabunch. I am Brad Muse, and as always, I have a lot to say. Getting a little sick of that. Seth is joining me tonight, as well as our special guest for the evening, EnzoTheHokage. How is everybody feeling tonight?
Everybody's really good. Enzo, it's so awesome to finally be in a chat with you, to finally be able to like chat with you, just because I've been seeing you this entire year tear it up all throughout the year. So it's really awesome to have you, man.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me. As always, I am very new to this. I never like really done anything like this before, just like playing and talking. So hopefully this turns out very well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, I mean, we're here to vibe. I know Yost gave you the rundown, but we're just following along while you play. If you have the mental bandwidth to talk to us while you're playing, feel free. We'll do that, couch hangout chat. If not, if you got to lock in. It's whatever you want to prioritize tonight.
I do got my first match ready.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he already joined the lobby.
All right, there we go. Who you playing?
ABC. That's his start.gg name.
ADC.
Or ABC.
ABC. Okay.
Yes.
Word.
They got the fundamentals down.
Sounds basic. This guy's basic. No, I'm playing. But yeah, man, if you feel like you want us to, yeah, if you feel like you want us to like not ask you questions or just have you focus up, so that way you can cruise through the ladder. Like we're more than keen on doing that. We can just talk to ourselves and talk to each other. I mean, like from watching your stream, I know that you really tend to like lock in. So don't be afraid to just be like, yo, can I focus for a second? Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean,
I'm
you
not
guys
gonna
can
lie to
answer
you,
questions, but I mean, it's fine to me. It don't really matter to me, to be honest.
Yeah. ABC Wi-Fi? That's not an inspiring
Yo, hold
name.
on. Can we can we get a verification on that one, dude? I mean,
no,
I'll just you just let us know how it feels. Yeah, he's not. Okay.
No, it feels good. It's just two-frame robot.
That was a
for sure.
doctor typo. Okay, we're fine.
Oh, thank God, dude. ABC WFL. Okay, whatever that may mean. Man, it's kind of surreal. I remember earlier today when you messaged me, Brad, and you were like, okay, yeah, you're gonna do the Enzo thing. I was like, dude, I was gonna tune in anyway, so I now have to like prepare questions. But in all honesty, it's like I was just watching some of your VODs from your streams. Like you really know how to just like vibe with your chat when you interact. But also, I really like how you will like watch other people's streams in the bracket and just like pay attention to the other players in there and care about what they say and they think. I think that's really cool, the way you follow them.
Yeah, and obviously, in between matches, we get to get way more into the specifics of it, but like, especially given, your age, which I don't want to harp on too much, but like, I'm really intrigued to see how you landed on, the mentality you have and found the skill you found in this game, where for some people it takes years and years and years to get even partway to where you are.
Sometimes
Myself
you gotta take those
included,
throws.
because I'm still sucking.
Yeah, well, you channeled your talents into other avenues, right? Like being a dad and cooking Brazilian food and running production stuff and commentary, obviously. Good stuff on
A lot of those
the
things
East
are
Coast
more
Throwdown.
recent, but I appreciate that you're giving me the option select.
Dude, why not? I mean, at this stage in our FGC careers, we got to take all the W's that we can get, man. Like the commentary pipeline, or like the competitor to commentary pipeline, is real. Now, if we're seeing like Justin Wong and Sherry, like I love what they're doing, but that's 100% the pipeline. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. I think it's been the pipeline for a while. It's just becoming much more pronounced. And I also think, like, in general, at the highest level, if you want to be able to let fighting games be, air quotes, your career, you need to be diversifying and doing more than just performing in tournaments. So you have to have that media personality element to it. You have to be, streaming or doing some sort of content element or some other way to be involved on camera.
Do you do any content besides like popping in and really locking down a stream for commentary, Brad?
Uh, if I had the time, I would love to do more. Every now and again, I'll turn a stream on when I'm playing, or I'll, record some gameplay with the intention to circle back to it later and turn it into something. But it hasn't historically worked out too great for me because I never find the time to edit it all down.
Right. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think the editing part is the hardest part of being a content creator. Like, no matter how you could be like a good player, right? You could be a top player. You could be like constantly in the online brackets like Enzo too. But like actually being able to regularly churn out content and build an audience outside of just like stream appearance and tournament results is really tough. So I feel you on like wanting to do more beyond that, but I honestly just editing is a bulk of the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that, being a full-time editor for YouTube and Twitch streamers is like a lucrative career for people that are in the sort of post-internet boom. I don't want to call it digital marketing. Like just the production-facing side of what it is that we're doing.
Right.
Did you force the burnout here? Oh, you caught with the low forward. You didn't even need to. Or not the burnout, the chip. Sorry.
UFG Blaze in chat, is it safe to say Enzo is the 4th generation of Prodigy in Street Fighter, starting with Knuckle Shine, then CJ Truth, then Jace the Ace, then Noah, now Enzo? I know I'm missing people. I feel like Noah... I know Noah's young, but he's been around for so long. So can you say that he's like the next... I mean, I guess he is the next generation, really.
Well, I don't know what it is. There's something about this statement that I disagree with, but I cannot put my finger on it. I don't know if it's like suggesting that it's 4 generations, or I think it just makes me feel old because I'm like, Knuckle wasn't a prodigy. It's like, no, he was actually taking names when he was that young. And I was like, oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he was 8 when he started. He won like the newcomer award. Like how many?
Yeah.
What Evo was that? I don't even remember. Jeez. But either way,
but it was probably Street Fighter 4.
I think it was Street Fighter 4. Enzo, is this your first one? Is 6 your first one?
Yeah, my first one. I started when
Were you into fighting games at all before this?
I did play Dragon Ball for a bit. Not really competitively like how I am right now, but I think I only entered like one local when I started playing Dragon Ball, but I was very like a casual player in Dragon Ball, so that's about it.
Yeah.
And when was it that you found that you really were going to put in the energy and stuff to this game? Were you a competitive gamer in other genres before, or did this really capture you?
What a lot of people don't know is that I did do jiu-jitsu. It is so yeah, like a grappling sport. I did it for like 6 years, close to 7, something like that. But it got to a point where it kind of like threw me off in some situations, and then I just got like really tired of it and really bored. So when Street Fighter came out, my uncles told me about it, and they wanted me to challenge them into like kind of like a beef set, whatever.
Ooh,
so
nice.
I did it, and then I beat them in the first. So
that's really cool. Yeah, I was gonna ask like if Street Fighter you just like stumbled across it yourself and you wanted to play, because I know your dad is also like pretty FGC too, or like he's also hyper active in fighting games. Did he show you Dragon Ball, or did you just want to play Dragon Ball because you were a Dragon Ball fan?
I think I just found out about Dragon Ball, and I just fell in love with it, and then I just started playing it a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So obviously there's this family element to it, which first of all, I love how many stories of people getting into the FGC start with a cool uncle. There's so many of those. But one thing that I had wondered was like whether it was weird to try to deal with being a competitor in this space. Is that something like your family gets it?
Not really. Like my uncles didn't like play fighting games too competitively like how I am. They just used to play casuals. They would just play one-on-ones, but they never really like took it too far, I would say. But we are very competitive. We talk a lot of smack to each other, so that's kind of where I got it from. Yeah,
always. That's the best way to do it.
Of course. That's like the FGC thing. Like, that's why I love seeing Noah go as far as he is and like be the personality that he is, because that's energy that you really want to like connect with and get hype about. Because like no one is able to like talk shit and back it up like Noah, you know, or like very few people, you know. Punk is there. I don't see you talking a lot of smack, Enzo, to be honest.
I don't.
That's not you.
Not
That's
really,
not you.
no.
No, is that not you, or is that something? What does it take to get the smack talk out of you?
What makes me mad, I feel like, when people are just not. I feel like when they play like they don't care, I feel like that's what makes me mad.
Ooh. Play like they don't care. So what's wild is there's so many different ways that I interpret that, right? Like, is it like it's that they don't care about winning, that they don't care about their resources? Like, what is it?
I feel like when they just play crazy, like I feel like I could kind of tell when like they're actually playing or they're just trying to like goof around. And I feel like that kind of,
like they're trolling you or something.
yeah.
That makes sense. That is tilt. Like if they're playing in a tilting behavior for sure, like
Yeah.
in a way that's supposed to tilt you, you know, like Blanca players or something like that. Like that. Not all of them. Not all Blanca players. Hashtag not all Blancas. But like in the same vein of that, where it's like they're trying to just aggravate you, or they're not even taking you seriously. They're not respectful of you, you know. Which is like sometimes that's a playstyle, right? Like just like a disrespectful playstyle. But I think you can know the difference.
Yeah. I mean, part of why I was intrigued is I feel like I can get frustrated playing against people where it's like they don't care, but it's because they're just beating their head against the game. Like sometimes you find people with a really one-dimensional play style, and if you don't find the answer to it, it can be really frustrating. Did you have to like work really hard to start, you know, figuring out how to make adjustments during the set, or is that something that like carried over from say the jiu-jitsu or what have you?
I'm still working on it. I feel like it's really hard to control your emotions in this game because everything could just get you tilted. So what I'm trying to work on is just playing my game, and then at the end of the day, the mistakes that you made is obviously you. So still working on that.
Yeah, you're just focusing on like your fundamentals, the things that work for you before you focus on like how your opponent plays.
Exactly.
That makes sense. And also times like, so another way that I interpreted like, you know, getting frustrated about your, you know, when your opponent doesn't care is like when they're playing the game, and it could be casually, because this could come from like the mentality of your uncles, right? Because I have family members and people in my life that play the same way, where it's like they just want to press buttons. They don't really care about getting better. They don't know about getting better. They don't know about FGC stuff. But then they'll complain about the way that you play, or they'll complain about moves. They'll complain about like spamming and things like that. And it's like, it's hard for you to kind of, when you have your knowledge, to be like, nah, bro, like you're just playing like a rat bastard. Honestly, I don't know how to tell you. But, like when they start complaining,
Like, this has an answer. You just aren't interested in looking for the answer.
Yeah, it's those like kinds of mindsets. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we're all supposed to be having fun. So it's tough to like quell that anger that they may have when you're like absolutely doing work on them, but also make sure that they're having fun, because you still want to play games with them. You still want them to be interested in fighting games, but there's always going to be that level where it's like they don't care about competitive play.
Well, I think it's rare that we're in a situation like this one where we're able to sit and talk with Enzo, and it seems like the conversion to, oh no, I get this, this is cool, you know, competitively, sort of came about naturally. So you went to have that, you know, beef set with your dad and your uncle. Did you have to search around online for resources? Like, were you like, all right, well, if I'm gonna play them, I'm gonna be good?
I just did my thing. Like I said, I was like only 2 weeks into the game, so I did not know what I was doing at all. I was just pressing buttons, but I did beat them at the end of the day.
What was it about Street Fighter that made you want to like keep playing it on your own time?
I felt like it was just like really fun to me. It's something new. I never tried it out, and I just fell in love with it easily. and it's very competitive as well. And that also came from jiu-jitsu and just Dragon Ball as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you like social when you were in jiu-jitsu? Like, did you like talk to the other jiu-jitsu kids and like your teachers and stuff and people who taught you?
Yeah, I did enter quite of a lot of tournaments. I did it for 7 years, so I definitely have that experience in me for sure.
That's it.
Is this jiu-jitsu or Brazilian jiu-jitsu?
Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Oh, geez. Okay, that's
Damn,
hardcore.
dude. That's insane. Yo, don't
7 years of BJJ. You could kill both of us.
I was gonna say, like, don't underestimate Enzo or talk too much smack to him because he'll actually choke you out, dude. Don't make fun of him for being young because he will get you on the ground, choke the shit out of you. That's really funny, bro.
JJ the Cobra in chat asks Enzo, are you gonna come back to jiu-jitsu at any time?
Most likely not, but I definitely have to do something for sure. Like, probably just going to the gym more, like lifting weights or doing some cardio or something. But I feel like going back, no, I would say.
Yeah.
Bro, how old are you again?
13.
You're not allowed to have your priorities in order like this at 13. Come on now.
It's good
Like,
to focus
I gotta take
on
care of my
your-
body. I gotta do something physical, take care of myself.
Yeah, you got good leaders in your life, man. I want you to like that takeaway is that like everybody respects the hell out of you and is really envious and proud of the way that you play and your tournament results, but it's also like the leadership that you have in your life to get you to where you are. We're all very impressed with that. Oh no! He's not gonna build level 3. He's fine. And he's going to pop level 2,
There's
and
gotta
then
be
he's
a
gonna
reset
do
in the
his
middle of
thing.
this.
Yeah, he has to reset. He has to build meter though. Okay, there it is.
good
Oh, he's
parry.
oh
Yes!
my! You're crazy.
That was sick.
Why
That was good.
I was really
Yeah.
close.
That stand light kick, man. Stand light kick. That was really close. Not gonna lie.
Jeez.
This is actually probably a good question too. Is that like when it comes to the online stuff, and you got really good really fast, and you started to like top 8 online brackets basically multiple times every week. What is it that you feel is keeping you from like, because you're on with the rest of the like online tournament like monsters like Carsonus, like Mike X, you know, like all those people that are at that skill level, but when it comes to the people that are like at the top, like Noah, Punk, Knuckle what is it that's
The
keeping
1%
you from
versus the 0.1%.
yeah, basically. What do you think it is that's keeping you from like taking games off of them or beating them in bracket?
I would say definitely experience for sure. I don't have that experience yet for sure. And I feel like when I did play Dragon Ball, I feel like it didn't really get me nowhere. Like I didn't have an idea for playing Street Fighter. So I felt like I just had to relearn everything back again. So that's definitely
That's
what
valid.
blew me away.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's real.
the neutral approach in Dragon Ball is very, very
Very
different than Street
Yeah.
Fighter.
Mhm.
Was it always Ken for you, or did you mess around with other characters when you were trying?
At first, I feel very disappointed of me saying this, but I was a Honda main. But
So I'm gonna use this. I need you to be real with me, okay? Cause I'm not gonna. There's no judgment. People play characters. Honda's a great beginner character. You switched away from him because you were bored, right?
probably, yeah. I don't remember,
it
but
is.
most likely, yeah. I was
Yeah.
quite bored of him.
If I play against a Honda online, all I think to myself is this fun for you?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like
But-
it's so easy to decode too. Like it's so easy to figure out a Honda, and if you're playing Honda, I'm sure it feels even worse.
I did have to find like my type of playstyle too in this game. Like if I wanted to be a zoner, like just active, and I feel like Ken was just perfect for me since obviously he has the amazing pressure in the corner, corner carry. He has just everything in like every situation, and he could also just play defense as well. So he has a reversal,
Mm-hmm.
so he has a lot of stuff.
Have you considered any of the DLC characters? Like, for example, everything you just listed, I'm like, Akuma's right there.
Yeah, you played Akuma for a bit too, right?
Yeah, I have a pocket Akuma.
Pocket Akuma.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not a bad pocket character to have.
Yeah. Everybody's playing Akuma now. He's been the most consistent. At Singapore, there was a lot of,
There
I don't
were a
know
lot.
at the top of my head, but quite a lot.
Do you
No,
think that
I
Akuma's
think-
more consistent than Ken?
For sure, yeah. I feel like Ken, he's like quite hard at high level. Like I rarely see Ken anymore, but kind of like low level, mid range, he's definitely like popular that range for sure. But Akuma definitely takes it.
Is
That
there
makes sense.
is there something that you specifically think is part of what makes Akuma more stable?
I feel like it's just his neutral and his fireballs. I feel like he just has everything. He has no hurt boxes on his fireballs. They're very fast. He also just has everything in every like situation possible.
The speed is the crazy thing to me. I
Yeah,
have
the
never
speed, yeah.
successfully jumped an Akuma fireball without hard reading it. If you're not in the air before the fireball starts, he's DPing you.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like the only problem though is just his health. That's it. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't like recommend playing the big body characters. I would say that characters that do high damage, like Marissa. I feel like that's not a good matchup for Akuma. So there's
Oh,
a lot
sure.
of matchups that I like playing Akuma with. For example, Guile. He could like demon flip over the sonic boom, so I just get a free punish off of them.
Now, what do you think about? I feel like we're seeing more and more people talk about at the highest level, you need more than one character in Street Fighter 6 right now. Do you agree with that?
I feel like I do agree with that. Sure. 100%. I feel like
Do you
it's
feel
just
like
certain
Ken?
matchup. I feel like every character obviously has a weakness in them, so I understand having a pocket character.
Do you feel like Ken and Akuma gives you sufficient coverage, like the two of them
Yeah,
together?
for sure. Yeah. And
I-
what's weird about me too is that I pick Akuma for certain playstyles as well on how they play.
Okay.
Because I feel like if people play quite crazy, Akuma's perfect for it. Because he just has everything and could control everything. So I feel like that's very good. Yeah.
I like that idea. And that makes sense. I think that Akuma is a lot better at general control because where Ken, it's kind of like when you are playing neutral, you're kind of forced to like put them in a Jinrai RPS or like just bring them to the corner in order to instill pressure, where Akuma applies the same kind of pressure whether he's in the corner or his back is to the wall. Like Akuma is really good
Right.
at controlling.
Yeah. You always have to respect every tool he has. They're all applicable the whole time. Another question from the chat. JJ the Cobra asks, what are your goals in Street Fighter? Do you have any like aspirations? And by the way, you can queue as often as you want. Don't feel like you have to wait for there to be a lull or anything to queue.
I'm going
Oh,
against
you already did.
Evo champ right now.
Yeah.
Evo champ. All right.
Don't
Straight
think
for the
about it,
top.
man. You're the Evo champ. Give him like 5 years, man. 10 years, you're Evo champ right behind him. That's the ego that you have to have. I feel like that's what
I mean,
Noah
for real.
says. You know. But yeah, what would you say is your goal? Is it to win Evo? Is it to like beat Punk? What would you say your goals are in Street Fighter?
I just feel like just to be successful in Street Fighter, and I feel like that's about it.
Yeah,
To have fun as well. Yeah.
that's a great goal. That's something to clip and send. Everybody should have that kind of goal. It's not to like goals are obviously going to be subjective and they're going to feel different from person to person what they mean to you. But at the you're crazy, Punk. Good stuff. That was really the only, unless he was ready with the parry. But you can, when you set goals for yourself, they have to, at the end of the day, they got to be attainable for yourself emotionally. I did a lecture yesterday for NIU in Illinois, Northern Illinois University, and I was talking, there was a section about it where I was talking about like, managing your expectations and your emotions around them. And it can be like, it can be competitive. It can be like your career as a worker in the FGC, but like anything, it's like you have to set a realistic goal and then not be too bummed when you feel like you're not approaching it, and then like just reevaluate that goal.
Enzo, do you have a favorite player to play against?
Not really, no. But I feel like that opinion will change once I start to play everybody. Because I feel
Oh,
like
you
I
feel like
haven't
you just-
played like a lot of people yet. So
Yeah.
Okay.
definitely waiting for that.
Is there
yeah.
someone that you're really looking forward to playing?
I would say Daigo. I feel like he's probably
Yeah.
the popular pick. Yeah.
It is the popular, but there's a reason for it, right? Like Daigo's a
Yeah.
legend for a
Yeah.
reason.
A lot of Japanese players that I haven't fought yet, so I'm looking forward to fighting them in the future.
Now, do
Yeah,
you
it's like
see
your
yourself?
first year.
Sorry,
you
go
know,
ahead.
it'll happen. It's. I was just saying, it's like it's the first year, or rather, like year and a half. There's still a lot of time for you to like be able to travel out to events, and then as opportunities at majors open up, whether it be like at Evo or if stuff happens in California too, like it'll happen for sure. Like the LCQ, where you were at the LCQ, you didn't compete in it, but like you were just there. Did you get to play against any out of country players
I
there?
did go against Kusanagi. It was a pools match, so I quite
That
didn't
is
know who he was since I was new in the moment. But after realizing, obviously he's a UFA champion in the Capcom Cup, so
Yeah,
yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah, do you see yourself trying to travel to more events?
For sure. I feel like the only thing holding me back is a sponsor, since everything is just so expensive, just traveling in
That's
general.
valid.
So yeah, I'm just waiting for a sponsor.
It's almost time. It's about time, I would say. Like you're consistent, and that's the thing that I think a lot of players have as their goal is consistency. Like you said, to be successful. But I think a lot of successful players just want to be consistent,
Yeah.
And I feel like you're there. So it's about time for you to be getting a sponsor. Yeah, that jump, that was a four.
Wow.
The demon. Listen, Punk.
You're a bad man, Punk. Come on.
That was a little upsetting.
That's a little rude.
It is what it is, pulling up all legal like, What is
Do
it?
you have a? Is there a character that you like want to see added to Street Fighter 6, or have you not looked back at the older rosters?
Yeah,
at all?
I haven't really looked back in the oldest rosters since I haven't played any of those games, but I've heard that Sea Viper is a very popular character that everybody wants to come back, but I don't know about that. I haven't really seen her
Yeah.
in any gameplay, so I don't know.
There's no Enzo, you have no archetype. You got no type. You just play Ken. You just play who's strong. You play who's fun.
Do my own
If
thing.
yeah, you're doing your own thing, dude. Don't judge. I just see Brad reacting like, "Oh, Sea Viper." Like, there's so what?
It's not about. Oh man, of course you would pick Sea Viper. I know you don't have an archetype. I'm just thinking about. See, I'm juggling like two things right now. One is remembering Sea Viper as someone who played Street Fighter 4 and as someone who played Marvel 3. The other thing is the constant reminder that we see so many people playing at the highest level that are so far removed from what got us started. Like me as an 09er, and then talking to someone like you, Enzo, where you're coming in just now, fresh-faced, and it just clicked for you.
Yeah. Enzo, do you play any what other games are you playing right now? Obviously, not Sparking Zero. You said
it's
that
just-
earlier before the stream.
I think it's just Street Fighter right now.
Damn.
I played
locked in.
Wukong for a bit, but I just stopped playing it. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Did you not like it, or I didn't try that one.
I feel like I just got bored. I don't know why. I know a lot of people like it. It's a very popular. For me, I just got bored of it. I didn't like it at all.
It's a Souls-like, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I
basically.
did play Elden Ring too. I liked it way more than Wukong for sure. But that's about it.
That's my boy.
Have you?
It's my guy.
Did you play any of the older Souls games, like the non-open
no.
world ones?
Not really.
Ah, okay. Maybe it's the open world part. I
It
feel like
probably is.
the Souls games that don't give you that, like it can just feel so easy to be stuck in an area and then you just get frustrated.
Yeah.
So nothing else though, just Street Fighter.
Yeah,
You're just
just
locked
Street
in.
Fighter. Yeah.
110% on Street Fighter.
Yes.
See?
I did
This is
see
why.
somebody else ask earlier, and I see all these medals behind you. Are those jujitsu medals?
Yeah, they're jujitsu. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, 7 years in jiu-jitsu. That's sick. Like, that's a very successful career in jiu-jitsu. I'm telling you. But yeah, it's Brad, did you do any martial arts or anything like that?
I did karate until I was like 14.
Starting
and then
when?
when I was like 7 maybe. So I probably did 7 or 8 years of karate. We only stopped because I bumped up to the adult classes and my brother was in the regular ones still, and that turned it into a 5-night-a-week thing, which just didn't work for us. And then I became a theater kid and everything went out the window.
That makes sense. Yeah, I feel like once you enter like arts, you really abandon all of the physical stuff for a sec. If you were to like get into any physical activity, because like you said, Enzo, you were thinking about like lifting weights or just trying to stay physically active. Would you get into a martial art or a sport that isn't jiu-jitsu? Like, would you do anything else?
Most likely not. I feel like that's just not in my body anymore.
Yeah,
Doing anything, martial arts wise.
that makes sense. Because it's also like there is community around that, but it's also a lot of time of your day.
It is.
Level 1? You have to level 1. All right, Poppin. Yeah, I would say the way that you play Ken is very... It is like the things that you said Akuma excel at, like the control, you know, and you said that Ken is very versatile. He can play defensive, he can zone, he can play footsies, and that's kind of the point for a Shoto, right? But the way that you play him is not just like every single way. I don't think that you're a very overly aggressive Ken. I don't think that you play like insane. I feel like you focus more on
That's definitely one of my flaws too, is playing too passive. I asked like a lot of pro players of like what my flaws are, and every single one of them said that I was too passive. So I'm still working on that.
Yeah, I feel like I deal with this too, where there's an amount of nutty that you need to be in every game. And it varies from game to game. Some games really want you to be nutty. And I think this one has just a little bit of it. Like you need to show that you have a nut inside of you. And I definitely, like, if you're not willing to just go a little buck wild sometimes, then it can definitely hold you back.
Yeah, it can be really tough to be comfortable playing over aggressively or like try to, oh, if I'm playing too passive, how can I not play passive and be comfortable about it? It's a lot. It's a work in progress, but you know, you got time. And you got people that'll like tell you about it, you know?
Is there
be able to like
there,
push you in the right direction.
Are there any players that like you particularly lean on for feedback, or that like you look up to as a coach or anything like that?
Not at the moment. No, I feel like right now I'm just studying a lot of people. Like for example, Boost, he's been cooking in Street Fighter League lately, so
He has,
I've been watching him a lot lately.
Really a great choice to watch. Cooking, and again, I think has that element of control that you're leaning into similarly.
I feel like Boost is just a tech god. Like he just has every single tech with Ken, so I've definitely seen a lot of tech that I haven't seen from him, so I'm definitely learning it.
I've seen some tech come out from you too. It could be like stuff that you found on Twitter or stuff you learned from Boost, but it's stuff I saw for the first time and I was like, yo, Enzo, study. He felt like he had to do that. I don't think he needed to, too.
Well,
have you ever thought about playing Luke?
Playing Luke?
Yeah.
Just for fun, not anything too serious. He is a fun character, but since he got nerfed, I feel like he's a hard character to play now.
True.
So
Yeah, I feel
do
like
people
Luke was
think
always
Luke
like
is a fun character.
I think
yeah,
so.
I feel like, yeah, for sure.
Okay, I just maybe it's the Street Fighter V in my brain, but I feel like Luke. It almost feels like there's a generational divide in opinions on Luke, where if you were exposed to Luke in 6, you're like, oh, he's fun and he's got a cool personality, he's a cool character, and if you experienced him in 5, it was very much not that.
Yeah. I was one of the few people that was like, okay, yeah, I'm sick of seeing Luke so much in Street Fighter V, but I still think he's cool. And then in Street Fighter 6, like, his character was cool, so I was just like, it's fine now. I'm not as tired of seeing him everywhere. But the thing that I didn't like are the people that, or like all of the Lukes that played the same. You know, it's very hard to be expressive on Luke, and then Noah started popping up everywhere, and I was like, all right, this is the sickest. This is the only good Luke, really. Which isn't true.
I mean, at that
there are
point,
other good
you're
Lukes.
being a fan of Noah and not a fan of the character. I feel like Noah, there's other characters in the roster that he could play like that too. But I guess there's something about Luke that of the Shoto / Shoto adjacent characters, I think he does seem the most aggro in that way of like, if you're gonna go all out and throw it all at the wall, Luke is the one to do it with. Historically, like, it would have been Ken, but I think with Ken, there's that element of like, I'll say scrubbiness that you can find in some of the like the most random of Kens.
Would you say having a Tatsu or a Tatsu-like move is what constitutes being a Shoto?
I would say yeah. I mean, since the Shoto's been out since the game came out, I feel like kind of a thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, Luke doesn't have an anti-fireball type of thing, or like the Tatsu kind of thing.
What's weird too is that Ken, I don't think you could Tatsu through projectiles either. I think it's just only Ryu and Akuma that could only do it.
Oh.
It's
Good
funny,
point.
I don't usually think about Tatsu as an anti-fireball tool as being part of what defines a Shoto.
No, it's because I'm thinking of it like, oh, it's the corner carry thing. It has the anti-fireball if you want to use it that way, just because of. Oh damn! Just because of Ryu and Akuma, I didn't even realize that Ken just doesn't have that. I thought that even like on the run start, but that's probably why they do the run start DP through fireballs. But Luke doesn't. Basically, what I'm saying is Luke doesn't have that. Right? He has flash now. Oh, big damage? Not really. JP is a Shoto then? No, don't
No.
do this.
Absolutely not.
Shotos
I think-
are like generalists, bro. Luke is still a generalist, so he applies in that regard. But I was wondering if having that move is what like makes you a Shoto.
Nah, for me, like, that is the lowest priority in what makes you a Shoto. I think you need a fireball and you need a DP.
Yeah.
Full
yeah.
stop. If you don't have those two tools, you cannot be a Shoto.
JP's a Make-A-Wish character.
Shh. I need you to elaborate on that.
I just feel like he just has just so many stuff that I don't know. It's just too many crazy stuff. Like the spikes, his portals, like that hasn't been anything related to like the older Street Fighters. So he's just pretty crazy.
That's a really funny way to put it, bro. A Make-A-Wish character.
I love that.
Yeah.
Make-A-Wish character.
Yeah,
Jeez.
you wanted
even
the
when we first
elaboration.
saw
I
him-
feel like it made sense.
No, it does. He's like an anime zoner in a Street Fighter game.
Yeah, he has goes, spikes. He could just control, I feel like just every range. His normals are just beautiful too. They're really good. The only thing is just they're just really slow, but they have
yeah.
pretty good
Hold
range.
on. What do you mean make a wish character?
We just said it.
What do you
You know
mean?
what he said. You know what he means.
Who is this?
You know exactly what he means.
He elaborated. I think we're
Bro,
all on the
you-
same page.
You play Gorilla Ken.
JP's different though.
Yeah, I actually got to think to get out of the corner.
You have amnesia.
Yeah, OD amnesia, bro.
I have to wipe away all my memory to get out of the corner. You just press 3 directions. What are you talking about?
You only press 2 directions, bro.
I press 2 directions and pray. I look up to the sky and say, please, God, please let them attack me again. Please don't let it be a projectile again. What is...
Season 2 JP is
pretty bad.
yeah,
we can
pretty
agree.
bad. But season 1 was
Okay. He's spinning again.
I feel like I can't even. I don't know how I dealt with that character in season 1. His amnesia
Season 1 was a
just
problem.
Too good. Yeah, amnesia 70% was not okay at all. It was just too much.
If there's one thing that they changed about him that actually should have changed, it was OD amnesia.
Yeah,
I'll die on this hill.
Yeah, sure.
That's why he's dead.
Bunch has been a JP apologist since day one. So
I'm not apologizing for a bad character.
he's bad.
But you were apologizing when he
problems
wasn't.
now. He's not even bottom 3.
To who? By what metric, commentator?
By relative character strength. There's characters that have far bigger problems than him.
Yeah, what was the last thing that JP won, though? Let's be real.
Hey, just because everybody is a fair weather character player and jump ship the second a character gets a red mark in the patch notes.
DCQ definitely just played JP into nephew and got annihilated. But I digress. There's a match on the screen.
Oh yeah, use the game as a cop out. But no, he's right. I honestly, I agree. Like, I feel like JP's in the best spot that he could be after the tear that he was in season 1. He needed to be humbled. You know, JP players will follow eventually, but
He was embezzling hurt boxes.
His anti-air, though. I feel like that's what another thing was holding him back, because it was just straight in season 2, but I think the latest patch, right?
Yeah, it was the latest patch. That was unnecessary, nerfing the anti-air for sure. Yo, speaking of the latest patch, dude, I hope that we don't have to see it, but also if we do, it's gonna be nice. How do you feel about Geef now?
Geef? The only thing is just his headbutt. What's keeping him alive? I feel like his headbutt is just way too strong. You also have to fear the headbutt and the SPD. So, yeah, it's just pretty scary.
Yeah, SPD like adding to his light pressure, like all the up close, because it makes you second guess your light pressure too.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's really strong about Geef. Oh, nice try, Kim. Nice try, Kim.
You have are you like you're 4 for 4 on reading these V reversals? Or drive reversals? Whatever.
He knows. He said in the beginning, he's like, he can understand when people play like they're trolling, like they're crazy. And Kimberly players are just that by default. They play for the Twitter clip, dude. You think Psycho plays the character for fun? He plays it because we're like, oh, the best Kimberly in the world, Psycho. But it's like the best Kimberly. I mean, now Psycho could play anybody else and still be probably cooking. But he probably gets an emotional buff knowing that that character gets clipped pretty easily.
Me personally, I like the matchup against with him for sure.
What do you like about it?
I think it's just the neutral and the corner. I feel like every time there's an interaction in neutral, like mid screen, when you're like point blank, I would say, I feel like Ken just always wins that. How do you say, like that fight? I would say, and then once you get a hit, you're in the corner, you can do whatever you want. And Kim does also have a reversal as well.
True, true. What's your least favorite matchup?
I was about to ask.
I would say, at the moment, Bison. I don't like fighting Bison.
That's valid.
And then grapplers as well. I don't have any grappler knowledge as well. I suck against grapplers.
He's cooking. Listen to this, dude. Like this is your first game, your first Street Fighter, right? people hate Bison from like generations, right?
Yeah.
Like that's Bison hate that they've had for decades. Same thing with grapplers, and you come in and you're like, yeah, Bison and grapplers really suck. Like that's so funny to me. It's a common consensus.
It's like when people rerun science experiments to be like, yeah, I know this is solved, but like let's double check. And Enzo pops in on Street Fighter 6 and is like, yeah, no, these are still the things that are annoying. It's definitely still
it's like
kick.
they're yeah, it's like they're designed, like Bison and grapplers are designed to be annoying. They're designed for you to hate them, and the players that play them are sick men with sick thoughts. You know what I mean?
Shout outs to Itazan.
Sure, someone has to. But also, what's your favorite matchup?
Favorite? I would say Kim, to be honest. Like I said earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that matchup a lot. I don't mind the mirror, to be honest. I kind of like the mirror too as well.
Yeah. But is there like a mirror that you like, oh, I hate when I'm playing this guy in the mirror?
Not really, no. I could definitely maneuver on like what they're looking for. Then I could just play my game.
It almost feels like there are mirror matches that can be really annoying to play, and there's mirror matches that are, you know, okay. My gut take is that Ken mirrors are probably a little more tenable. There's less stupid, unanswerable stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, because then you're just focusing on, like, it's stuff that you already know, and then all you have to do is focus on the player, which is general in any mirror, but in a Shoto mirror especially, it allows, like, your playstyle to just shine, and it forces you to understand the identity of who you're playing against, you know?
We have a question in chat. Is this an exhibition or is it a tournament? So we're running 2 hours of ladder. And while we run this, we are following along with EnzoTheHokage's run through our ladder all night. So this is a tournament. At 9 o'clock, we'll transition over to a top 8, 3 out of 5 bracket. Oh my god, run stop unanswered?
Oh, she's giving a lot of respect. Oh no, she recovered in time? That's actually crazy. You have to parry there. No anti-air though. Oh, unfortunately off the whiff, but at least you got the back throw.
Oh my god.
It's really risky to try to push forward here. But nice stuff. All right, perfect. Your reactions are insane too. What is how many it is the young man reactions, but also like how many hours of Street Fighter do you play a day?
A day? I mean, it depends. Since I have school, I can't really play as much. But when I'm at school or after school, I would say around like 4 hours, since I do a lot of online tournaments. So they're on the weekdays. But on the weekend, I could just play whenever I want and how long I want. So yeah, depends.
Yeah, it can be tough. I mean, it's the same way with adults, right? Like when they have work, and then for Brad, like for you, you have the kid too. It can be really tough to manage the time to grind out. But the amount of time that you do is less important than it being productive time. So like you can play for 4 hours, but
yeah, that was going to be a question that I had. Was like, you know, of that time, do you spend a lot of time in the lab, or are you just like trying to play sets and really get that experience?
I would say just to play sets, get that experience. Sure. There's some days where I don't want to play rank, but there's same times I do. But at the end of the day, I just want to play sets, try to get better at certain matchups.
Yeah, that makes sense. And another project you said you had for yourself is like, you know, learning how to read your opponent and stuff. Because right now you're just focusing on yourself.
Corner pressure.
She's respecting it a lot. She's just blocking it out, but nice catch with that one. Probably has to spend level 1. Yeah.
What are you thinking about in a situation like that where you have your opponent just down backing and you're like,
Abusing
every
one
cell
button
in my body
and-
wanted to walk forward and throw them, and you kept up with that mid range.
I mean, they're not really doing anything, so just kept pressing the same button.
Yeah. Keep locking them down. Oh, nice. The target combo to beat that. That was actually clean.
You had so long to confirm that jab. That was crazy.
Nice jump out. Big punish too. Perfect. Do you get flustered and frustrated when they're blocking too much, or are you like
Not
willing to be
really.
patient?
Just patient. Wait, rate what they're gonna do.
I don't think that that's a weakness. I think that what players are saying when they're telling you like you play too passive makes sense. I think that understanding when it's time to stop being passive is really tough, but I think that the way you play is incredible.
I also need to work on more of my whiff punning, whiff too, but
Yeah.
that also comes with experience as well.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have the reactions for it, but
Yeah.
just building it up. Like the muscle memory for Wisp Punish.
It's definitely not easy.
No, it's not.
But
Did you see how
it
Riddles put out the what is your Street Fighter skill point allocation or something like that? And it's like
no, I didn't see
anti-airs
that.
out of 5, fundamentals, footsies out of 5. He
Oh.
has like a whole huge breakdown. And then like at the bottom it was like composure and tilting and stuff. Yeah, there's things in there like whiff punishing. My whiff punishing is horrible, man. It's a skill. But anti-airs,
Yeah.
also horrible.
Jeez. Did you ever consider playing modern, or did you jump right into classic when you were playing?
I like I said, I did not know what I was doing. First got the game, so I did play modern. But what's funny too is that my uncles played classic, so they were kind of like making fun of me that I played modern since it was like easy controls. So I had to make the switch. I had to make
And then
it fair.
but then you smoked them.
Yes,
So you played modern Honda when you started.
yes.
Okay. It's all right. Everybody starts somewhere, man.
And look at you now.
And look at you now. Exactly. One of the cleanest Kens in the US, dude. Do you talk to like the top Kens like Boost, like you said? You watch a lot of Boost. Do you talk to Angry Bird? Do you talk to Boost?
Not really. I just watched it.
Word.
Is
What would you
do
ask
you have
them
like
if you could?
I think since like I have so many tech, I quite don't need that yet. But I feel like just the fundamentals is just the only thing missing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's just about it.
Mm-hmm. makes
What I was
sense.
gonna ask is there like first off, do you watch any like fighting game content? Like when you're not playing, are you watching other streamers or YouTubers or anything like that?
Sure. Yeah, I do.
Do you have a favorite?
Noah.
Yeah.
Noah. All right.
Yeah, you retweet a lot of Noah's stuff, so I was that was probably one of my questions too. Like, what's your friendship like with Noah? Like, is it you guys talk a lot, or
it's
you
very-
just watch
yeah,
a lot
we
of his
talk-
stuff?
Yeah, we talk a lot. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Then he's also taught me just a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
The funny thing is that we went to a local together, and he found out that he wanted to help me out, and I felt
Mhm.
just very grateful to it, and I just coached. He actually coached me. We did
Nice.
quite a few coaching sessions, and that helped me out a lot. That's
Mhm.
why my anti-airs are so good with him.
Yeah, that's why your fundamentals are really strong too, because you probably learned it from
Yeah.
him. I mean, he's by nature like it's so hard to hit Noah. Like when you can see when people are playing against him, they really struggle to just like actually connect.
He just
Because
has
his defense is
a different
so good.
playstyle as everybody else.
He
So
does,
you really,
man.
Yeah, you really just have to learn them for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't have the play style he has without having the solid fundamentals to back it up,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
like, if he leaves any crazy gaps that are exploitable, he's going to get smoked because of how aggressively he uses all the rest of his resources. Okay.
Yeah, good reaction.
Nice. Your counter, the way you counter poke with crouching strong is really solid.
Mm.
Is there like, is there something in the way your opponent's moving that's making you have that choice there, or is it just a timing thing? Like, what are you thinking about?
What I noticed too about that is when a lot of people are playing Shotos that have a good crouching strong, they kind of like pressing crouching medium punch a lot. Like even like when they're getting hit and at a certain range, it's weird to explain, but that's what I've noticed. People like to just press crouching strong randomly.
Mm-hmm.
But
So you
it's
just want to
all
like,
free tool, like amazing tool. 6 frame 2, crazy.
yeah. So you like want to just press it
Yeah.
when they want to. Exactly.
Okay.
Nice
Oh,
whip
wow.
punish. He's cooked. He's dead.
When you were just talking about your whiff punishment, that was solid. Even the last second duck under the second hit of the roundhouse. Okay.
Yeah, this is the thing you were saying is really good about Akuma too.
Because at any single one of those, you could have jumped and gotten DP'd.
Yeah, look at this plus frame pressure too from
Yes.
Akuma.
He has every tool.
He does.
Okay.
Oh, but the worst tool here. Worst time to pull that tool out, at least. Oh, not burnt out? Meaty. There we go.
Ooh, I like that meaty fireball into the throw reset. Okay.
Yeah.
How did
You're
you?
not.
Ken is the only character that doesn't have a combo into like kick. So it has to be counter hit or punch counter to combo off of it. So I feel like that's definitely a problem for me too. Is that like I get a lot of light kicks. Like I can get a lot of hits with light kick, but if it's just a normal light kick, I can't do anything. It's just a good
Mhm.
poke.
He doesn't get
It's
anything
not-
off of, like, not even like
You
light
can't
Katsu
buffer it into
or...
something?
Yeah, you could confirm it, but what I was saying is off of a driver's kick. So I
No
would say-
drive rush.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right, okay.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of rough. Because it's like... I feel like stand light kick isn't key to Ken's pressure in that sense, but just losing conversions off of it is really whack, I guess I would say. That's why Akuma. Because Akuma be
Yeah, I was
good.
gonna say I remember his standing light kick was so important to his kit in Street Fighter V, and it's
Exactly.
just like it's such a great counter poke, but you know if they've reined it in that way. The choice for level 2 there, was that just you didn't want, because the level 3 would have burned them out. Were you just hedging your bets on if stuff kept going?
I felt like it was just better OP in that situation. I have a lot of I would say meaty off of a level 2, so
Okay.
even about that.
Yeah, like meaty fireball.
Yeah, I mean, fireball could also get a meaty standing fierce too, so that would also
Tech monster, dude. Where do you get all your tech? Who's your main source for tech?
I don't really have somebody. I think it's just Twitter overall.
Yeah.
That's where I just get all my tech. I feel like
You
that's
just
where
lab it right away?
Yeah, lab it. You get
That
in
makes
the
sense.
muscle memory.
It feels weird how we've migrated where all of our tech lives to Twitter now. Like it's so centralized compared to how we used to do it. Dan Cravat actually asked a question in chat that I wanted to know the answer to as well. Does anyone at school know that you're like competing in Street Fighter like this?
Some do, not everybody, but some. they don't really. I don't really talk about it as much in school, so that's why they don't know. But some do. I do tell them.
What's keeping you from talking about it? Is it just like you don't think that they mess with Street
Sometimes I
Fighter
don't.
like that?
Sometimes I don't be just thinking of Street Fighter at that moment. So
That's
that's
fair.
probably just why.
Focused on school.
You telling me you have more than one interest? Come on now. Imagine having time for multiple interests.
Are you interested in school, or is it just like a I just got to get good grades type of thing?
Gotta get good grades.
Brad, were you an academic when you were in school? Did you have good grades and everything?
I had good grades. I would not call myself an academic because I was real lazy and didn't do homework.
Yeah,
I was the person that I read the chapter the test was on the way to school, and then got an A on the test.
Yeah, I was the same way. Like my in-school stuff was really good, but at home I was too busy playing games, so it was bad. As an adult, I'm like, oh, those are some, at the very least, they're ADHD adjacent tendencies. Yeah.
Didn't know it then.
I still don't. I'm not worried about it. I'm not gonna figure it out anytime soon. At this point, I am who I am.
It's valid. Ooh, good spacing on the fireball. You were talking about JP's buttons, and you're playing around them decently well. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like the mindset of them being varied with punishable, so you can kind of just like focus on the ranges that he's probably gonna throw things out. But also, oh yeah, contesting the anti-air there, but now he has to spend that level 2 blocking all this out. Yo, MJ Gamma couldn't get the throw mix up he wanted there.
Oh, you are getting oppressed right now.
Yeah, that was pretty good timing from MJ Gamma.
Yeah. What do you think about in a spot like this where it was going your way and now it's swung back? It's last round.
Not gonna lie, when you guys asked me what my favorite matchup was, it actually is JP. I don't know why it didn't come into my mind, but I definitely have like a lot of knowledge in the JP matchup, so I'm very comfortable in every situation. Sometimes the level 2 be getting me sometimes, but that's just about it.
Oh, good parry.
Nice, perfect parry. Oh, absolutely. Let's go. Okay, so I see it. You spent a lot of time probably in like the first year because you just got a lot of JP matchups, so you needed to learn the matchup. There's a hell of JPs, man. That was whack. I'm just going to put it on the record. All the JPs that were just everywhere. Luke and JP and DJ. Although I wasn't too upset watching DJs, but those 3 characters basically dominating year 1. Well, Ken too, but Ken was like, Ken's too cool, you know?
No, Ken, there is a dedicated community that is ensuring that Ken is always talked about a little bit worse off than he is. They're the ones trying to tell us Ken is the worst Shoto right now.
And it's none of the best Kens. Well,
I know.
It's Phenom. And it's Angry Bird. Never mind, dude. What am I saying, bro? It's 2 of the best Kens.
It's smart is what it is, right? Like, imagine being up there and you're like, yo, my character is so broken. Look at all this stuff I can do. You get them nerfed.
Yeah. Well, Phenom doesn't play Ken anymore. So it's like...
Well, he's subbing Cammy, I think.
Yeah, he is subbing.
He actually just qualified for, I believe he just got one of the World Warrior spots today.
With Cammy. Yeah. Good stuff to him. Well, I think it's a super region, right?
Yeah. So I believe he got in on the leaderboard from the super region.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good check.
Oh, nice check.
I'm up for the shimmy, and I'm gonna get it. Oh, the very tip of the low forward.
Oh, there we go with the OD amnesia. Someone tell Bunch that it needs to be nerfed again.
I think it's fine where it is, but this is where it always should have been. I hated that being wrong about my opponent's reversal option led to their best damage output.
That's true. The damage scaling nerf was probably the best thing they could have done to it.
If I get hit by a DP by anyone else in the roster, it's like, yeah, this is, you know, a couple hundred damage. This is like, oh, you want to delete my health bar? Cool. The risk reward was insane. Backing off, keeping control. Ooh, there's that anti-air back.
That was a risky jump, man. They just buffed that anti-air again.
Have you gotten to play any Terry, Enzo?
Like me playing the character or playing him?
Oh, I mean, we'll start with you playing the character.
I was thinking about having him as a secondary, but after like realizing he just lacked a lot of damage, and then his normals, I just didn't like his normals. They're kind of stubby to me.
You think he lacks damage?
Yeah, 100%. You really need like a good, like wake up DP read in the corner in order to get damage. But like off of like medium confirms, I confirms, he doesn't really do the best.
I see you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I feel like he strikes me more as a counter poker.
Yeah,
like,
Terry
I feel like he
does have to play a lot like of neutral, you know?
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying. Yeah, he's like, Terry can be very overly reliant on footsies, and having really stubby buttons is not great for that. When that's like the avenue for your highest damage and any of your carry. That's probably why people are putting him a little lower, just because like the things that he does best, he can't get access to very well.
All right, clips you walking forward. He's just letting you take him to the corner. It was a leisurely stroll.
Is that perfect parry? No, it wasn't. Okay. Oh yeah, nice. Good read on that.
Okay. I mean, you still have the drive gauge advantage. Him getting parry pumps out of you doesn't do too much. Jeez.
He doesn't have meter. Yeah, he's fine. And he just brought him pretty low, so he's not going to go crazy.
Okay.
Nice anti-air.
Oh, man.
Respect, though.
That is definitely a tough one. Sometimes dealing with his teleports can be really frustrating.
A light kick to just check. Like that slow walk him down. Huge recovery. Oh, great bait on the amnesia. He's cooked.
That is a great turnaround.
Yeah, that was a really fast final round. Good stuff, dude.
So y'all, we have vision on the Enzo camera the whole time, and while the set is closing, he's just like, just keeping the hands warm.
Can't get cold.
Mm-mm. That's
is there a?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, is there like a set you've won or somebody you've beaten or anything like that that stands out as like a milestone that you remember really fondly?
Not really. No, since I haven't been like sometimes like I get like really close sets with like top players, but I just rarely win them. But I wouldn't say there was somebody that I've beaten that I've always like remembered for. But in the future I will for sure. But
oh yeah, no,
yet.
it's definitely coming.
Sure. Yeah.
It's you being as good as you are right now is just not fair. So imagine in a few years, right? Like, so what? Street Fighter 4 lasted for 5 or 6 years, and then Street Fighter 5 was
Street Fighter 5,
longer,
I
right?
think, was 7 years. I think 4 was about the same. 4 was like 6-7 years.
Was it? Maybe I just don't remember properly. Point
Came out
being,
in
we got a lot
09.
of life left in Street Fighter 6.
Oh yeah. So you were saying that there's like no character that you're looking forward to in the later seasons?
No, not the. A lot
But
of
if
people
they
are
could,
Dudley too. I don't know.
who
about
Dudley? Yeah.
That. Dudley, yeah.
But if there could be like a guest character of your choosing, like any guest character from anything, who would you want?
I don't know. Like, I like anime, but I feel like somebody
Sure.
like a character from anime would just be too broken. I feel like they would just. I don't know. It's a weird feeling.
It depends
Okay.
on the anime, though, right?
Yeah.
It
So,
definitely
yeah.
depends on the anime. Because if you're saying like, "Oh, I'll put Goku in," then it's like maybe, yeah, you probably have a case there for sure. What were you gonna say,
I feel-
Goku?
Maybe.
Hey, no, you know what? You could put a base form Goku in, and balance him around. Like, he doesn't have to be a planet destroyer in every sparring match.
There is original Dragon Ball where they just had martial arts contests.
Yeah, it's
Right.
true. This was before Super Saiyans and stuff.
Before
But
one of the most monumental retcons of the modern history.
true. But then you'd have to think about RE Engine Goku.
Oh my god,
yeah, there you go.
that's weird to think about.
Think about that. No, think about it.
Ooh.
Let it sit. Mm-mm.
What is your favorite anime, Enzo?
Says it in my name, Naruto.
That was my
you go.
suspicion, but I had to ask. Now, you mean Naruto, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the character? Do you think Naruto himself
no,
is?
I'm more referring to. I'm like, I was ready for it to be like, yeah, I love Boruto, and I'd be like,
No.
that hurts.
I
Well, I
didn't.
don't know.
I wasn't interested in Boruto either. I just watched Naruto and Shippuden. That was it.
Who's your
Best fight
favorite?
in Shippuden.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he's too locked in to have caught that one.
No, it's fine.
That's
Can he
also
do that to you?
that's an argument starting question too.
What, best fight in Shippuden?
Best fight in Naruto?
Oh, best fight in Naruto in the first place, like ever?
I would say Rock Lee Gara.
Yeah, Rock Lee Gara
That's
is
up there.
like that's one of the two in all honesty, because then
It
it's
still
the
holds up.
waterfall fight between Naruto Sasuke. Like those are the two.
Wait,
For
we
me.
don't feel no one's putting any Shippuden fights in the running for this?
Actually,
Because those are
Listen.
great.
I can't remember on the top of my head.
I was gonna say Shippuden's got some good fights, but I don't know if they're as iconic as Rock Lee Gara or
Rock
You
Lee
know,
Gara
the
is
waterfall.
definitely peak.
yeah, absolutely. What other fights?
It's funny.
I don't know.
It's funny going back and watching it again, like knowing where it ends up, watching it all now, and you're still like, yep, this was like the first long arc that they did, and peak. We just had it.
What, the tuning exams?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it's because
So
like
much.
every character got to shine. Like basically every side character became cool during the tuning exams.
Once Marvel says
Guy versus
Madara,
Madara is
that was
also
on my list
sick.
too.
That is a good fight too. Damn it. True. Sasuke 5 Kage. I don't know if that's like iconic though. You know what I mean? Naruto Pain also. I don't know if that's iconic. Like Pain as a villain is iconic and significant, but like any Pain fight, I don't know.
I almost disagree with that. I feel like Pain gets the second Pain like actually enters as like, oh cool, it's a villain we get to engage with, immediately gets undercut, and like all of Akatsuki is written off, and then it's like, whatever, we're dealing with Obito, and then snowballing from there.
Yeah, but you know, it put the whole Konoha is bad story into the forefront, and then it explodes, and then you're like, oh damn, this is like one of the most significant anime moments in history. But then yeah, of
Doc
course,
says-
like everything following Pain kind of sucks.
Yeah. Doc says Drunk Rock Lee was kind of sick. I will say the entire Sasuke retrieval arc is just nothing but peak.
True,
I
but I hate
love
everything
basically all those
Orochimaru
fights.
related. I would agree if I didn't think Orochimaru was like one of the least interesting villains ever.
He doesn't measure up to his potential for sure.
Enzo, who's your
Like, it
favorite
just-
character in Naruto?
I would say Madara. I like villains, even though Hokage is in my name. I like villains for sure.
Yeah. Madara's cool, man. That's true.
Yeah. Another one of the, think of the amount of fantastic fight moments that people still, talk about from when he popped up. The dropping the 2 meteors.
Yeah, true. Okay, that I can still remember how it looks, but then the fight around that is so hard to remember, to be honest. Oh, this is a dire
It doesn't
situation.
die on the
kind of.
next touch, right? No, not with the amount of
She-
drive gauge you have now.
No, not while he's under 3. Now maybe he just needs like the godlike whip punish.
Okay.
Oh no, there's still no way.
Still not enough.
No, not enough. But
This puts you in a good spot, though.
yeah, drive gauge lead is very important. All she has is level 1. Big deal. Oh yeah. Was that a clean hit? Was she buffering level 1?
I think he tried a tech right there. So
Maybe.
it was counter. Yeah, I think I saw it.
It does say counter hit. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
watched it on the playback.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh.
Okay. Sasuke versus Killer Bee? Yeah, that's true. That was an ass whooping. That was awesome.
Are there what other ones are you into besides Naruto? Is it mostly shonen stuff?
I mean, I like other animes as well, but I just don't really watch them. Like, I just know like the characters, like of the anime and like the storyline, but like I never really watched it. Got in detail
True.
with it.
So, when are you watching One Piece?
Oh God,
That's a long anime right there. I don't.
I knew that's where you were going
Listen,
to.
though. Listen, man. Think about it like this. If you start it now, right? There's always going to be One Piece to watch. You don't have to catch up. It's not about the destination, bro. It's about the journey.
But if you start it now, when you're done, you'll be my age.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. There's always going to be One Piece to watch. It's the anime that goes with you
Like-
your whole life, dude.
Like starting One Piece now is like, yeah, you know what? I'll work on a doctoral thesis from scratch.
Yeah. And then when you're, when you
Jeez.
got kids of your own, you can show them One Piece's new episodes.
God.
It's always One Piece to watch. All I'm saying, dude. That's how I got hooked. They were like, "Don't worry about catching up. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey." And I was like, "Ah, you got me, you son of a you."
Somebody just full on lied in chat, said it's on break. You got time to catch up, unless it's going on break for like 4 years.
No, it's like a 2-week
I-
break.
Yeah, let me just casually binge. Oh, aren't they over 1,000 episodes?
Oh, well past. But
It's
a
not about. Who cares how many episodes there are, man? It's just there's gonna be more One Piece to watch.
So-
Why are you concerned about how many episodes there are when there's always a next episode?
So there's 2
How
weeks
long
break.
do I have to watch before it gets good?
That's subjective, okay? Because sometimes it's good by like episode 1 or 2. I thought it was really good by like episode 20 something, right?
That is a lot to watch in hopes that I'll enjoy.
But it's a
the 2,000
shonen. No
episode journey.
shonen is good in the first 10 episodes. Besides like
maybe from
Jujutsu
that
Kaisen.
era. Yeah, maybe from that
Yeah,
era.
from that era. Exactly.
But so, hold on. First of all, 27 episodes, you said. You spent 13 hours of your life watching a show that you, at the moment, did not enjoy.
But I didn't
crazy.
dislike it. I was like, yeah, all right, this Luffy guy
See-
kind of is an asshole, but other than that, everything is fine. Otherwise, he's kind of cool.
But my issue with that is I sit down, I turn on a show. Like I've tried to watch One Piece. I get 4 or 5 episodes in, and then like I move on and I do something else. And the next time I sit down and turn the TV on, I don't go to One Piece. It doesn't pull me back. Yeah, when's my
Okay,
chat
well-
says everything about that era is slow burn. I do think that is a generational difference. The shonen anime of the more modern era definitely upped the pacing and are like, let's just get right into it.
I think it's like the way they wrote the stories too are just genuinely way more interesting. Like Naruto, I wasn't hooked on Naruto off the top, you know. It took a bit. But at the same time, I was just starting to get into anime, so I was like, everything is cool, you know?
Yeah. I was already on board with anime. I'd watched Dragon Ball Z. I was a Gundam kid. I was like, all right, I'm sold.
Yeah, true. Dragon Ball was cool. Like,
Ronin Warriors.
yeah.
Dating myself now.
What about Gundam,
I don't
Enzo?
know.
You like Gundam?
I haven't heard of. Wait, is that like an anime or?
Yeah, yeah. It's a series.
haven't
It's like
heard of it.
it's like Dragon Ball, but okay. So like, if you look on Brad's camera, all of those like mechs, those mecha suits, those are mostly Gundams.
So Brad, the answer
Try it.
to not knowing it
This looks familiar.
in
Looks
this
familiar,
generation
but-
is because there's
Yeah,
only been
yeah.
one Gundam release recently.
That's true.
And it's Sailor
Witch
Witch of
from
Mercury.
That's it.
No, the movies, dude.
Literally never. heard
Oh,
of
okay.
them.
The movies are adaptations. All right, I get it.
Right. Nah,
Yeah,
the only
true.
new it's Witch from Mercury, and then you can go back and it's IBO.
Yeah, but IBO's not that old.
Right, it's an IBO's pretty recent, and
It's like
honestly,
10 years old.
IBO is maybe my favorite alt-world Gundam universe.
Not G Gundam.
G Gundam is special. G Gundam can't be compared to the rest of Gundam.
G Gundam.
In-
Okay, here's the thing, right? Yes, you're so right. G Gundam is so not Gundam. Like when lined up against the rest. So when you put G Gundam by itself, it sucks, but it is still cool. Like it is bad,
it's great.
but it is awesome. You know, it's one of those.
Okay, we have Zero in chat correcting us. How dare
Thunderbolt. What?
Thunderbolt's
IBO
great, but it's a
00
hard
build
watch.
fighters? Yeah, build fighters. Yeah, oh yeah, build fighters, dude. But 00, is that new content or is that an adaptation? That's what we mean.
00? That's not an
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it an adaptation. It's its own AU.
But is it?
Good read on the DP.
Yeah, but isn't it a continuation of like something from before? Like
No, 00 is
00
entirely its own thing.
Okay, all right. There are a lot of Gundam within the last 10 years. How dare you? Okay, my bad, dude.
Okay,
That's
all right, Zero. Sheesh.
00 the
00
whole
is a whole
universe? No,
universe.
okay, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and the movie it makes you glad they didn't revisit it.
Why?
I'm a real hater on Requiem for a Trailblazer.
Oh, okay. Do you like Thunderbolt?
I've not watched the second half, but I watched the first half and I loved it. I thought it was great.
Okay. So, Enzo, think of it like this, right? You could be swapping out what we're talking about for like different parts of Dragon Ball and it'll all still apply. It's just like an old dude anime, but it's sick.
An old dude anime hurts.
It is
but you're not
objectively an old dude anime. A Gundam is for old dudes.
wrong. You're not wrong.
And that's why they made Witch from Mercury. Because they needed a new audience.
Well,
But as
all
an
that's
old
going
dude, I
on,
love Witch from Mercury.
We did. We asked briefly what you thought of playing as Terry. Now we get to ask what you think of playing against Terry. What do you think about playing this matchup?
I'm still not comfortable with it yet. I just feel like it's just mad sloppy right now, but that will just learn with the matchup experience for.
Yeah, always. Yeah, it's like it's something that you get over time. He's still new.
Yeah.
People are still having new tech with him and trying new things with him. Oh, he didn't die?
That was
Was that a
miss.
greedy choice or?
That was a but
Ah, okay.
So if that's not true, what are you talking about? They made it for kids? That's what I'm saying. Are you talking about Witch from Mercury? That's what I'm saying. They wanted a new audience. They made it for kids.
It's definitely for kids.
That's what I said. Well, I didn't say it that
Gotta
it's
teach
for
kids
kids,
that
but
the
I said it's for
corporations are
a
evil.
new audience. Women were bigger fans of Gundam? Who said anything about women?
I think there's something about
Oh, Gundam
that
is for
which
old
it-
men. Don't
Oh,
read too
word.
into the way that I said that, okay? You said Gundam is for old men. No, it's not.
Man, clipped by the shimmy. Yeah, I think sloppy is an interesting way to talk about fighting against Terry. And again, like, I feel like the zones that he plays at are so compact. Like, it's so weird to try to play against his tools.
Yeah, because a lot of you're not thinking that he's going to put buttons out, right? Because like Terry's not going to play footsies like that. Because like you said, he's counter poke. So then, if you're trying to counter poke the counter poker, you then have to walk into very uncomfortable ranges.
Imagine if his Fierce was just a little better. Like, imagine if that Fierce was like Ken's stand Fierce.
You'll definitely be a better character for sure.
Yeah, true. I feel like that's what would propel him up like several tiers. Nice catch. He tried the backdash. Gundam exists to install a blonde man into your soul that will live in your brain for the rest of your days. What, like M. Bison?
No, it's somebody that they managed to get about 3 times the download speed.
Well, Bison tries to
Overhead?
install his soul into a blonde woman that will live there for the rest of his days.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, Bison Lore is weird.
Bison Lore
Get
is
out water, y'all.
Word.
Go for it.
Oh, it was 2-1? Okay.
Or I think 2-0. Or no, 2-1. My fault.
It was
2-1.
2-1. Word.
Oh, we must have
Bison
missed
isn't
updating the
blonde,
overlay.
bro.
Or we're very behind.
No.
that was it.
That was it. Yeah, it was the score. Bison isn't blonde. No, you missed what I was saying. I was saying that Bison
Yeah,
tries
he's-
to install his soul into a blonde woman. But
Yeah, Cammy.
Gundam is kind of for old guys. Like, it's one of those old guy animes.
This is-
It over time,
I don't know.
It's better now.
This isn't a hill that we gotta die on.
No, we don't have. Nobody has to die. Hold on, relax, man. Hold on, we're just having a discussion here. Whoa, relax, dude. What is this, Gundam? No one's gotta die.
Wow. We have about 20 minutes left in the ladder. While we have this break as Enzo goes and grabs water, I'm going to take a quick look at our standings and see how people are doing tonight. Punk up at 7-0. Hey, while we do that, we can also show some love to the Matcherino. Is that accurate? Are all the codes used?
That's incredible. If that's the case, I mean, it's got to be, right? Yo, shout outs to everybody in the chat using every single one of the codes before the ladder even finished. You guys are really trying to show your support for the young man up on the sticks. Good stuff. Hopefully we can have him back on here. I mean, in the top 8. Let's take a look at the bracket right now.
Yeah, so Punk sitting at the top right now at 7-0. Noah the Prodigy immediately under at 6-0. MJ Gamma at 7-1. Enzo, you're currently 4th on the ladder with 7-2.
Wait, who's in? Wait, name the top 4 again. It was Punk, Noah.
It is Punk, Noah, Gamma, and then you.
You're chilling.
Dude's in it too.
Yeah, so maybe I have to refresh because I see Do listed it like tied for 10, but I know that this stuff jumps around a little bit when the ladder closes too, so sometimes it's hard to tell.
Yeah, hopefully Do can push his way up there. Carsonist is just up down there too. Zycles as well.
Young Matt team
who knows?
obviously had that huge upset at ECT.
Yeah, we got like 20 minutes, right? Oh, yeah, true. He did. Let's go, Young Matt team. That was a monumental. I mean, ECT was just. That was real primetime television, if you ask me. That was fantastic.
What's crazy too is that only 2 Japanese players went, and was Itabashi and Daigo, and then one of them actually won the whole
That's
thing.
true.
So.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I
That's
mean-
kind of why I wanted to ask you about Geef, because I mean he still had that performance like post Geef nerfs.
Yeah.
Well, and I think somebody else tweeted out earlier today. They were like, all right, with Phenom now qualifying, here's the list of everybody that's made it in. And of the people currently in Capcom finals for Capcom Cup, Itazan has Geef and Mena has been alting Geef. So 2 Zangiefs are among the first, 8 characters represented for Capcom Cup this year.
True. Do you think he's gonna continue to represent Geef like in the tour, like in the cup itself?
I would
Probably
say-
depends. I don't think that they're gonna do a patch before the cup.
I've only
I don't-
seen him play Geef. I haven't seen him, or actually no, I did see him play Blanca in Street Fighter League.
Yeah, it was in SFL.
yeah.
But
I mean, just having the character in his pocket, right? Like Mena is willing to pick up, different characters and do what he needs to do in order to stay competitive at the highest level. It's just seeing that Geef is the one who is popping up so much in these early spots, especially when the conversation around the meta right now is like, it's about Bison, it's about Akuma, it's about Ed, it's about Rashid, and we're not seeing as much representation for these characters just yet.
I think that that's part of the reason why Geef is as talked about as he is here in the NA, because, or maybe in like regions outside of Japan, because like he's talked about in Japan, but I think that they have the matchup knowledge to like say, yeah, he's probably really good, but we don't have a lot of Geef representation here in the US.
That's true.
Do next.
Oh, you're playing Do?
Yes.
Oh,
Now, didn't you say this is a matchup that you prefer to use Akuma?
Oh, I forgot about it. It's fine, though.
It'll be all right.
Well, I guess we're letting it rock.
I'll be okay. We'll figure it out.
Go backdash.
How do you feel about Guile's overall strength and like competitive placement, Brad?
I think he's I want to say he's underrated, but I think the reason he's underrated is because he takes more work. Like I think characters in this game that need more effort in order for you to get them at the highest level tend to be valued a little bit lower because people really value consistency. But I think anyone that can pilot Guile at the highest level consistently makes this character a monster. What do you think, Enzo?
Oh,
I feel like what I have trouble with Guile is Fireball drivers for sure. It's really strong in this game.
And he's got a great version of it.
damn, you had that charge ready, huh? Yeah, it's true. I feel like that is the thing where Guile just brute forcing a 50-50 immediately for free, and then like it's so difficult to approach him overall. It's so difficult to like instill your offense.
Yeah.
I feel
Well,
like
it's
he's stable, but because of how difficult it is to pilot him, it's rough to consistently get results. But we still have like Do and Kaba loyalists and still on them pretty consistently. We'll do obviously like the Pocket Cami too, right? But
Yeah. And he brings that out for very specific matchups, but I think in general, look, man, I think people, by and large, if they're competing seriously, don't want to work as hard if they don't have to. I think over the years, we have gotten more towards why work so hard. Compared to, like,
oh, nice.
thinking back to, like, Street Fighter 4, where I feel like I was more used to seeing character specialists. And even that's a bad example, because, like, Evo 2011, there was, like, what, 3 Fei Longs, 2 Yuns, 3 Sea Vipers, something like that? It was in some insane layout of just the most top tier characters. But just in general over time, I feel as though collapsing on the most optimized top tiers is something I'm seeing more and more.
What the hell? The spacing on that was perfect. Part of it is design philosophy, right? Like the way that they balance the game, or design the game, and then balance those characters and design those characters within those systems. Like the disparity from the top tier to the low tier in Street Fighter 4 is huge, vast compared to the top tiers versus the low tiers in this game. And that has a lot to do with the way that those characters are designed in those systems.
Whoa!
You're joking again? But I would say, like, that's probably the reason that you would still see the same kinds of characters appear in the top tiers as Street Fighter 4. Like, obviously, the game was not balanced as often, so that was just a consequence of what it was. Like, okay, well, this is the patch that we have for a while. But then when this game, it's like, it's very meticulous. Every character is supposed to be viable to an extent, right? So for Guile
I think
to...
they succeed at for the most part.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I would say, like, with some exceptions. I don't really know if Honda's going to be winning a tournament. I'm not going to lie to you. That's really the only character I see that way, though. But you can have character loyalists. Like, you can have, like, oh, yeah, I'm only going to play Guile. But because of how they design character interactions in this game so meticulously and strength around it, this is why the argument to have a sub character is very valid, just because the matchups can be really bad.
Oh, for sure. Like, there's a list of like 3 or 4 characters that I'm like, if I can never play Chun into this matchup again, I would love to have that be a reality.
Guile's one of them. Not gonna lie. He had it. You still have this. Oh, upside down kick, but he was outside of range. Unfortunate. I think you're still good.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, I think you would need to lose a fair few more to drop out, because you were in the so with my refresh I have you listed at
second.
See, that can't be right.
Well,
but that doesn't feel right.
Well, Enzo only has 6 games on his belt, whereas sorry, Noah only has 6 games on his belt. Enzo has 10, now 11.
Yeah, but so this always ends up the point of confusion towards the end of the night for ladders. I feel like it's basically only Bunch and Yost that actually know how this ultimately translates, but it uses some weird combination of win percentage and the amount of games played. So like, you know, Punk is at 7-0, he's just in. Noah's at 6-0, he's just in. Whether Noah is second seed as the other person with 100% win rate is to be determined, right? Like it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I think it takes like the ladder ranking, you know, because at the end of the day, you do have to have a very good win rate, but also a good amount of wins in the first place.
Enzo, we're closing in towards the last, 10 minutes of this ladder portion. And I don't know if you're going to queue up for another game or not, but I'd love to have like a big picture question. You're a new convert that's jumped on and playing competitive fighting games with this title. As someone who is new to the scene, what do you think we need to help get more new people and more young people playing?
Yeah, that's a hard question. That's a good question. I can't really... I feel like you really have to have a game that can be like welcoming at first. Like you really have to like, how do you say this? Like it has to be enjoyable at first, and then it will be like, obviously when you learn stuff, it's more fun. And obviously you're already having fun already and you just want to learn more. So it will just keep building more energy to wanting to play more, I would say.
All right, so you're thinking a good onboarding.
Yes, good enough.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think fighting games can have a real tendency to turn people off once they jump online and see what multiplayer looks like. And it can be really alienating if you jump in there and have a bad first experience.
Yeah.
Would you say
like,
you like learned how to play Street Fighter pretty quickly, like in a pace that was comfortable for you, that made you want to keep learning and keep playing? Do you think you picked it up quick?
Yeah, I feel like I definitely picked it up quick. I feel like I'm a quick learner, in my opinion. Like I could really pick up things really fast in whatever I do, so that really helped me.
Mm-hmm. Would you be interested in trying an older game like Marvel or something?
Probably not, unless they bring out a new game of Marvel.
Yeah.
Marvel 4, but I feel like I wouldn't go back to older like generation games and try it out.
For sure.
Not even just for fun? Is that just like it's does it interest you, or
No, it just doesn't interest.
have you ever
Same.
like watched any of them?
I've watched a little bit of Marvel. I don't know what's going on the screen, to be honest. There's too
Yeah.
much going on.
Don't worry,
But
most people
even
don't.
even to look back at older Street Fighter titles, like watching some of the crazy stories that have happened there.
Not really. No, I haven't. I don't really watch like old gameplays of old games. I did see like a couple matches of Street Fighter 4, but that was about it.
Okay,
Like I've just seen like top 8 at Evo highlights, whatever. Just
sure.
small things like that. Yeah.
Did you watch Third Strike at Evo last year?
No.
Or
I think
this year?
You've seen
Chun player won, right? Last year, I believe. I forgot his name though.
Third Strike? Oh, I don't
Yeah,
remember.
Third Strike.
It was
I don't
this year,
remember
my
who
bad,
won.
Not last year.
If Bunch was in this channel and hadn't jumped over to the production channel, he would probably remember, because I know he, of everyone in this group, he probably pays the most attention to Third Strike. This feels dumb to ask, but you have to have seen the Daigo parry, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Everybody has seen it. Everybody.
No, I know everybody has, but like there's this moment of just like we haven't hit that much generational disconnect yet. We still have that through line.
What
So
one?
Yeah,
This is-
Hugo won.
MOV won. MOV. And Third Strike this year.
Was it?
Oh,
Yeah, it wasn't. The Hugo didn't win. I think Hugo just had that. Hayao just had the crazy clip.
yeah.
He didn't
what
win,
it was.
though.
Yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at
it
it.
was-
It says MOV that one.
Right. Yeah, MOV won, but
Yeah.
Hayao was like the MVP of
Yeah.
Evo Third Strike because he had
Yeah.
like this insanely crazy run, and he was just like the fan favorite. He was just like
Yeah.
putting on clips like crazy, and the Evo social media was like, "Thank you, Hayao. This
Right.
is so fun."
Right. Sometimes you win on Twitter engagement and not on brackets.
Yeah. I mean, even for the Daigo parry, did Daigo win Evo
Right.
that year? I don't
No.
even remember.
In fact,
I don't think so.
In fact,
no.
I don't think Daigo. If my memory serves, Daigo doesn't win that set.
Oh. I think that's correct. I forgot, but I just remember like, yeah, Daigo didn't even win Evo that year.
Yeah.
But that's just the moment, right? Like, so
Right,
Hayao
that's
did
it.
Evo moment 38. Or I guess not 38, right? It's because 37 is
numbers are
supposed to
made
be
up.
this like arbitrary. Yeah, the numbers are made up. Points don't matter. But it was sick. It was really cool to have not just have Third Strike back, but to have like clips like that and moments like that bleed through.
I like looking back at the older Street Fighter titles, and like there's always this really interesting mix of there's bits that feel applicable across the board where it's like, yep, that's still Street Fighter, but every game has its own version of like weird, jank, unique stuff.
Oh, nice catch. That was basically checkmate unless she was gonna like land with level 3 or something. You know, I was watching Evo 2017 back, because I wanted to, watch that grand finals. It's a very significant grand finals, not just for me, but I think like for a lot of people, for Punk too. It's like the beginning of a storyline in 2024 is like, where we are now. And I was watching the 2017 grand final set, and I was like, man, knowing what we know now for Street Fighter V, this is kind of ass. Not ass. I don't want to say ass, but like, it was so suboptimal. But like at the time, it was incredible, right? But there were things in the dynamic and the way that matchup would go. That's just like, oh, I can't believe that they got away with that.
I mean, well, another example, I believe TAC Infinites were in Vanilla Marvel 3. So like, there's like they weren't discovered, but somebody had told me that they've gone back and seen that mechanic was in Vanilla Marvel 3 already. So it's like even then, it's like where this game ended up is so radically different from where it was at the time.
Mm-hmm. Don't they still? Are there still TAC Infinites?
Yeah, no, there are TAC Infinites in Ultimate.
Right.
But we weren't using them in Vanilla.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Found yet.
We weren't using them. They were there, but we weren't using them. Okay.
Yeah, because we didn't know. At the time, it was Wesker Phoenix or DHC glitch teams. Oh.
What's DHC, Chris? Who? Oh no, the DI. Damn, Marissa. I'm happy that Geef got nerfed in a way because it's supposed to like help prop Marissa up. She's supposed to be like the big damage character, but Geef was doing the same amount of damage for like less work and less weaknesses.
I don't know what it is that Marissa needs to bring her back around. Maybe she just needs another neutral tool that makes her, I feel like she walks you down now, but depending on who you're playing, it doesn't feel all that scary to find the right spots to swing against her. I feel like she maybe just needs one more answer in neutral.
Yeah, I was gonna say her neutral is too based around Gladius, and Gladius is too like exploitable in a number of ways, right? So it's like, oh my, but then again, Phalanx, you know what I'm saying? But I think that's her biggest problem right now, is that her neutral is too binary, and she just can't succeed there. But once she gets her hit, of course, because that's the thing. I think that's the design philosophy for Marissa, is that she's supposed to get the good hit, but when it's based around Gladius, she doesn't get anything off of Gladius outside of a knockdown and opportunity. She doesn't get like the billion% combo off of just Gladius and neutral.
Yeah, I feel like being an armor character whose goal is to be swinging through people and abusing them for poking willy-nilly or using system mechanics thoughtlessly is not a character design that lasts long-term as people get better at placing buttons and using system mechanics.
No.
Right? Just the better we understand the game, the worse Marissa does, because there's less places for her to expose your bad decision-making.
Right. It's supposed to be like, in a sense, she conditions you around Gladius, or she conditions you with Gladius, and then you start to play around it, and that's when she exploits you. Very nice confirm. Oh, she's dead. Yeah. And that's the set.
The extra low, the low. I don't know why it took me as long as it did to see how often people are fitting in the low as the second hit in the block string. Like, people want to walk back so much. I'm people.
Yeah, me too. I feel like that's a Street Fighter V thing. Like, we were really trying to get away from, because the way that frame traps work in Street Fighter V, they could just autopilot the plus frames, but if you micro walk back, it really messes up their block string pressure and the way that they can frame trap. So I think that's just a habit that we have.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Well, Enzo, I think that's the end of ladder, and I think that you've locked yourself into top 8, dude.
He made top 8?
Looks like it.
Looks like it.
9-3, 75% win rate.
I thought ladder ends at 6. Or am I wrong?
No, we close it 10 minutes before so that we can calculate and make sure that if you were to find a match at like 5:49, we let you play through it, and then obviously the last match needs to be at 6 exactly.
Yeah.
But damn, you made it.
Why are you surprised?
Playing kind of sick.
He makes top 8s like regularly, dude.
Playing that.
Well, before we went
character.
live, you were talking up like, oh, I don't usually talk when I play. I don't know how this is gonna be, and then you didn't miss a beat.
That's true.
Except for the Knuckle Dew set, I guess. You locked the hell in for the fight against Dew. But
I mean,
yeah, I
Dew
was
is a great player in general.
He is true. We were trying not to ask you.
But I just wanted to see how it goes, and I don't really fight Dew as much, so I wanted to go with my main against.
All right, so I didn't get as much time as these guys did to talk to you, and I definitely I was definitely trying to see if there was ever a way that you would start getting like rattled or start like talking shit or anything, and like that's why I was trying to like see if I could like poke the bear or whatever and see if like you had any buttons to push, but like you're so just like zoned in and like very very unbothered. That definitely shows from like your discipline from all the other extracurriculars that you've been doing for your entire life, it seems. So definitely big ups to for one, your entire tribe, because like half of our chat is like your family. I've been noticing everybody's like, yo, Enzo. I see your mom in there. Shout out to your mom and everything. Also chat, don't get it twisted. I definitely it was a 3-way DM when I reached out to Enzo. I was like definitely bring the mom into the situation, because like want to make sure everybody feels safe in the conversation. Don't be DMing these people's kids and not letting them know what's going on. Don't be weird, bro. And Enzo, keep your family well informed of what's going on out here. Don't let these weirdos get into your mentions.
Yeah, like what sponsors and stuff, because I know that's what you're looking for.
Especially
like,
sponsors and orgs, bro. Because I see a bright future with you in this fighting game stuff. Like you are definitely you're definitely the second coming of Noah. Noah was the second coming of Dew, and Dew was the second coming of Justin Wong. And it's like, there's so many different like layers of prodigal players, and you're on that trajectory. So if there's ever a time that you like feel discouraged or anything, please like reference this moment where I'm letting you know like you have it. You're one of them. It's just like you said earlier, you just don't have that experience. I see you going through these matches, and I'm like, oh, he just don't know. It's like it's not a matter of like he can't execute. You just don't know. So bro, how many years you've been competing?
Just one when Street Fighter came out.
Yeah,
I was like
bro,
1.5.
Yeah, bro. Maybe. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I'm nowhere near where you are. So like, just keep that in mind, that like you're already light years ahead of what was already considered like 3% of the community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you.
No, we're super proud of you, and I'm super thankful that you came on and showed us what you can do, man.
Thank you for having me, for sure.
Oh yeah, man.
It's actually like really fun to do. Like I've never done this ever before, but this is actually like very exciting.
Yeah, man. This shit is fun, right?
Yeah, it is fun.
Yeah. Nah, you definitely got to come back, and like we were telling you earlier, you don't have to leave. You can keep chilling with us. Like you can play your matches in this lobby. Everything top 8 is gonna be done in this lobby. So like if you want to like use this lobby as like a training room and everything, or play your matches in here, be our guest. We probably won't have you on stream because you just play 2 hours on stream, you greedy ass. So,
Hey, what if that one game that doesn't get streamed is what would have gotten him the sponsor eyes, though?
I don't care. Get it somewhere else. Like, stop. Get off of my back. It can't always be me, bro. It can't always be me. Nah,
I think he's winner's side too, though, right? Because
everyone
probably gonna
starts
have
in winner,
all-
Seth. Everyone
Oh yeah,
starts in
that's
winners.
true. Yeah, all right.
So,
Fine,
yeah.
fine. He might be fine.
Bro tried to get him some more points. He's already in top 8. Shut up. Jesus Christ. You can't get him no
I tried,
more
Enzo.
points.
I tried, bro. I tried.
He's done. Playing this broken ass character.
Broken, this guy, bro.
Anyway.
About Ken? He's not even the best Shota.
Wait, so you think I'm carried by Ken?
I know you're carried by Ken.
That hurts. That hurts.
I know you're actually trash. You're actually shit. I'm actually not gonna have this conversation with a 10-year-old.
He's trying to get you to talk. He's trying to get you to talk back.
He
talk
wants
smack.
it so bad. I just want to see
He
the
wants
set.
it so bad. Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Listen, I don't have.
Yo,
to. I'm
Forget the
retired,
top
I
8.
moved
We'll
on.
just do
I'm
the
retired and I moved
Enzo
on.
bunch first to 10. That's
I'm
our top
retired
8.
and I moved on. It's not that big of a deal. It's his time. It's this scrub's time. So we made it. We made it. He's better, I guess.
That's right. He's better.
But with that, we gotta go to a break, and then we will be back with all the good stuff that is top 8. Doctor, do we have any slides?
Just this one, and then obviously Granola, our friends over there.
I don't even have your stream up.
Oh,
No, we
so
got
this
next.
is- yeah, this is
Oh,
we
is
got
it?
next. This is Yost's tournament.
Oh, yeah.
He should be introducing, but he's busy. So this is in a couple weeks, November 9th. As you can see down in Jacksonville, Florida. Don't laugh at me. The text is really squiggly. It's not my fault.
No. I'm laughing with you because I did the same thing. we're gonna talk to Yost about that. That's crazy.
But yeah, if you're in the Jacksonville area, definitely go run through. Get some games in. It's good people down there. We actually just had one of their players up here for ECT. For I believe it was
They had a
Strive?
whole platoon up here.
Well, that too, but they had a top 8er. I remember.
Oh,
I
okay.
just don't remember which game exactly it was.
All right, so
Yeah.
we'll get Yost in here to actually talk about the event after the break or whatever.
But yeah, check it out.
Yeah, we got next Jacksonville, Florida. Check it out.
And with that,
Other than that, yeah.
we'll be right back.
Granola.
Oh yeah, Granola. Yo, shout out Granola every single day. Granola.games, Casabunch at checkout, and get you $10 off, and that $10 gets sent to Matcherino, and we can pay wonderful players like Enzo even more money. So do it. Be about it.
And with that, we will be right back.
Welcome back, y'all. We are here for our top 8. Look, even my cat wants to see it. Loading in for the first game, gonna be Noah the Prodigy versus NuckleDu. Seth, what are your expectations looking at this?
Well, my expectations are that your cat is gonna fall and scratch your back pretty hard.
You would think that, but you know, she ends up pretty secure. She definitely wants me to feed her. Her cat tree is just off camera right.
Okay. Well, speaking of secure, NuckleDu securing the Guile and securing a big life lead so far. And I mean, this is Akuma, right? That life lead looks way more massive than it is. And when you're something,
Don't want to see that. But can I highlight? Did I just like somehow not know that Noah was working on an Akuma?
I feel like that makes sense, right? Like Enzo said it earlier on stream during the ladder matches. He was saying how, Ken has his strengths, but Akuma just does everything that Ken does a little better, right? And you can use it to kind of cover matchups, and by matchups meaning the characters that can blow up Akuma in as little hits as possible, the high damage characters, and that's where you would pick Ken, but you're picking it because you need an additional health pool, not because you need Ken's tool set. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, right now, having an unfortunate time trying to navigate around that low forward out of Guile, and of course he has the charge. That was a desperate jump attempt. I mean, I feel like you really need to start to rep Demon Flip. But, even then, I feel like Du's not playing super Fireball heavy because he seems to already recognize how important the air approach is going to be for Akuma. Nice shimmy into the regular throw.
Yeah, that was a really... Wow, the walk-up parry! Good reaction for Du trying to walk up with some space. I said all that whole bit saying the Ken to Akuma pipeline, completely abandoning the thought and the remembering that he's a Luke player. But still, the Shoto, he's the best Shoto,
See,
right? You just picked that.
I wasn't going to correct you. You got there in the end.
Yeah. My bad. It's the best Shoto thing,
Right, and I guess there's something to be said, like, Akuma does an even better job of representing that fundamental style that we were talking about he needs to have for that nuttiness and that explosive gameplay to come out. But I wonder whether having that health deficit makes it harder for him to play in that way. He has a level 3 in the back. I was gonna say, oh, you can do like level 2 loops here, right? You don't even need it. That's almost certainly a dead Akuma, right?
100%.
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. I think that the thing that new Akuma players are going to struggle with is just how vast his tool set is, because he gets like Demon Flip, he gets the air fireball in the air game, he gets dive kick and things like that. So properly utilizing those tools and not using them wrongly and in a way that puts you in more danger is the biggest obstacle, right? This is a very fragile character. He has so many tools, and it's very easy to put yourself in a bad position. Just like how Noah is right now. He's in burnout, his back is to the wall. Du is so focused on keeping this lead. Yeah, there it is, that drive impact, getting that stun. This is probably dead because he can just route into a level 1. He probably doesn't even need to. Yeah, he has the meter to drive rush cancel. He's looking clean.
Yeah, no, absolutely looking dominant. It feels like Noah's having a hard time identifying how to get in the pocket and then stay there, right? Because it's one thing that the offense is starting, and it is. I think he's doing a less effective job of continuing to stay in this space and really punish Du for letting him run his game. We are finally going to get a round on the board there for Noah.
I love how everything that you said that Noah was struggling with, he was doing exactly. Like he was perfectly in the pocket, even though like you saw a couple of whiffed things, like he would do the drive rush, whiff the throw, but then he would still get the punish, drive rush the jab. Like Du was very antsy in trying to, steal his turn back and make his way out of that corner, but Noah took every opportunity, and that's probably just because of his playstyle, right? Now routing into level 3, tacking on a lot of damage. Noah looking very, very better this time around. Much better.
Even more than the damage, I think guaranteeing that you're going to be out of burnout on this next interaction, just like that, puts you in a really great spot. You could have afforded to hang on to that, maybe guarantee a kill on the next touch, but just getting out of burnout, especially against Guile, I think Guile, if Guile gets some initiative while you're in burnout, can be really punishing.
Absolutely. And there it is, the CA to anti-air, the jump.
Unscaled.
That's 100% burnout. That definitely unscaled. It is. Oh, he's not even burnt
But
out.
meaty
That was
fireball,
actually
right?
insane.
Oh no!
Not even meaty, just to the face, the buckshot. And now he's in a 2-0 lead after what looked like a very strong game from Noah.
All right, really trying to generate threat in this mid-range, but upside down kick. So like all of these different control tools that Guile has to claim space in front of him, really making it hard for Noah to get something started. Connects with a low forward into the drive rush. Shimmy, but doesn't go for the right follow-up. No, he's too far away. Some character unfamiliarity being shown right now.
Yeah, Noah, the growing pains with the routing for sure, but he's staying committed to the Akuma. Obviously, the last game, now potentially the last round, the Knuckle Do. I mean, part of it is control, part of it is familiarity, but I think that Noah is playing in a way that is comfortable for him, but it's just essentially trying to get comfortable in the Akuma tool set, and then how that pairs well against Guile, right? So he's dropping the combos, but at the same time, he's still, in the pocket. He's still staying aggressive. He's still standing confidently in the buttons that he wants to. But Akuma, just it's the small life pool that is kind of really blowing him up, because Do is really maximizing the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's partly the small life pool. Goes routes right into the level 3 to be able to tie this one up 1 round apiece, staving off that set point for just a second. The life total is certainly part of it, right? But I think if Noah was on the Luke, or if Akuma had a standard amount of life, and we were watching this matchup in the same way, I don't think it would look all that different. I don't feel like that extra 100 health or whatever it is going to make a huge difference for him here. Stuck in the corner, finally finds a way to jump out there as Noah, and we've got a nice pickup. Okay, goes for the HDP ender. OD flash kick to earn himself some breathing room.
Ooh.
Fierce gets smoked by the dive kick. Nice choice from Noah.
Okay, doesn't commit to the drive rush there, but still able to keep this pressure with the throw. Tries to go for low, but unfortunately the punish counter routes into the CA, and that is 100% a dead Akuma. Knuckle Do taking the first set of our top 8, 3-0. In a fresh Akuma on Noah, to be fair. It's trying to figure out that character. I think there's every reason to be playing that character over Luke or over any of the other Shotos in the game right now. So obviously this is the environment to do so, to be flexing the your character in tournament. So hopefully Noah is able to figure it out and stick with Akuma, but we'll see if he's going to stick with it the entire bracket.
Yeah, frankly, I think if you stuck with it here, you might as well stick with it through the whole bracket, right? Like, Knuckle Do is among the hardest tournament opponents that you will bump into in any online bracket, let alone, Casas. So if you're committing to the character and ironing out the kinks in that matchup, you might as well just do it everywhere. And I think there were just so many signs of not being all the way enmeshed in that character. I feel like the first goal when you're picking up a new character is to not have to think about which tool to use in a particular situation. Like, when I stop thinking, what is this button, and I start thinking, I just have to use this tool, and I just know what button it is, I feel like I'm piloting that character well. I don't feel like we saw that from Noah. And there were even spots where it's like going for particular knockdown situations. That last interaction, he was too meaty with the attempt at the low short. It fully whiffed on the wake up animation, and that's what got him punish countered. It's the kind of thing where it's like, if you had more time on the character, you would have been more comfortable with this situation and known to delay it those extra couple of frames.
Yeah, and then like how we had the one combo drop where he did the stand medium punch, but it was just too far and then it didn't connect with the Tatsu, or how he had a really incredible shimmy. Like that's the player, right? That's the player succeeding in doing what he wants to do. But the unfamiliarity was that he walked too far and he pressed the wrong button to catch, right? Like in that instance, he needs to be aware that that's probably a stand heavy punch distance, but I think that's those types of things are going to be ironed out because Noah is still such a fundamentally great player. And I think Akuma is going to fit well in his styles. The one thing that is going to be interesting because of how Akuma navigates, or the way that Noah navigates burnout and how often he goes into burnout, that's just a stylistic choice. That's the personality on himself. I wonder how that's going to translate into Akuma. Like, Akuma has still an incredibly strong skill set in burnout, but escaping the pressure and dealing with the chip damage, I wonder what kind of comfort Noah is going to have in that situation.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you have all of the same tools that Luke would have, right? Like, you have strong buttons to compete in mid-range and to check space in front of you. You have a good low forward. You still have all your special moves. I almost feel like the only thing Akuma doesn't have in Burnout that Luke does is Luke's level 1 can give you a leg up if you're in like a fireball war situation where the other player is trying to chip you out, where you can pull out that level 1 as a zoning tool if you time it right. But even then, Akuma has the charged fireballs and the air fireballs, so he still brings some different dimensions to that. Checking our next set, MJ Gamma versus Sledge, something going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, while they're figuring it out, that's still a good topic to hit. Just the last thing between that matchup, you're right in that, Akuma offensively is still going to very much be the same, and that's essentially how Noah navigates the burnout. Like, he still wants to resort to the footsies, a very defensive play, but Akuma is always going to be on the go, moving forward. So yeah. I think that, once he's on go mode, once he's on offense, he's going to feel very, very comfortable, but obviously it's going to take some time. Learning characters in this game obviously takes time. It takes a while for people to... Didn't people think Akuma was not great on release and very minimal things changed? But people were saying a lot.
I feel like people have very strong and very vocal knee-jerk reactions to DLC characters in this game. And what doesn't help is I feel like Akuma probably had the least amount of time between his release and the next DLC character's release. So we didn't have as much time to sit with Akuma before Dictator showed up. And Dictator arrived with a super solid, accessible game plan that just made it abundantly clear he was a problem. So the conversation got away from Akuma before we had time to course correct,
Yeah, and I mean, this is the perfect segue into Bison, right? It's that Bison right out the gate was like, yeah, this character's good. There's really nothing else to add. This character is kind of messed up, right? And
just arrived super solid.
Yeah, and it took time for the Akuma to kind of like get added to the equation and start to put in the results and start to put in like the constant performance or consistent performance. Whereas Bison,
I just clocked what it is.
Okay.
Once Daigo's Akuma really started cooking, people changed their mind.
No, don't do that. Don't do the Daigo trailblazing the Shoto game once again. Daigo trailblazing.
Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying he's the trailblazer. I'm saying that people just look and just see their idols perform, and that then justifies the conclusion that they draw.
Right. I
am making exactly the opposite point.
No, I get it. No, I understand entirely what you're saying. It's just people, they see the Daigo's cooking and they go, okay, now this character's this really good. I think I get it. Brad, you Glaze and Daigo, keep it real. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think. I think that he's doing both. Okay. I think he is glazing Daigo and he's also making fun of the people that glaze Daigo in the same sentence. So, but
there's nothing quite like a fourth wall breaking meta joke that is also completely sincere. But yeah,
that's also unintentional.
But Dictator's definitely, super, super strong, arrived fully formed. I wonder what your opinion is of how people are talking about, particularly, I think, seeing like Problem X as an example of talking about Dictator, a super strong character, but this belief that at the highest level, he doesn't work on his own. Like, he needs something to bring him more stability. That's something Problem X was talking about.
Dictator? Bison? They think Bison needs more? I think Bison is
not needs more, that he's inconsistent.
No, I don't agree. I don't think that Bison is inconsistent. The thing, the argument that can be made and that he's inconsistent is because he's too straightforward. He's too binary. There's very little personality that gets flexed when it comes from Bison to Bison, right? Like they're all gonna kind of play the same. It was kind of very much like the Luke thing, the season 1 Luke. You would see, yeah, the Do said it. The user is inconsistent. The character is fine. The character, the way that you play the character, the thing that succeeds about that character is the same across the board. And that's what everyone who's playing Bison should be doing, right? Okay, you find your first hit, you plant the bomb, you 50-50, and then you just, if they're not dead, you go for one more mix-up because they're already in the corner at 10% HP. That's all you have to do. It's the same. It's the same game plan that Bison has, and anybody else, anybody who's piloting Bison, is trying to navigate like from matchup to matchup in a different way, thinking like, oh, I have to play this different.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I
Where?
agree with you. I think what I referenced earlier, you know, I was talking about, you know, people piloting the ship, right? Like having to play the character, and like overthinking it is definitely a thing that can happen. Bison is super strong. I would love to pick the brain of a high level Bison and be like, I need for you to expose for me what the issue is, because it's really just not having a reversal, right? And like,
that's tough. That's really tough to want to pick a Bison player's brain. Just because it was so funny, because what Enzo said it earlier when we were on the stream, we were talking about like what are the matchups that you hate the most, and he, in his first year of playing Street Fighter, said Bison
and grapplers
and it's like, that's a historical. Everybody historically hates that, and he's like, no, it's obvious. It's apparent. Shotos. Especially if you play Shotos, for sure. But it's like the fact that like you come into the game, into the competitive scene, you're playing at the echelon that you're playing at, and you can already identify like legacy problems between competitive players. I don't want to say problems, but you know, like legacy constraints that you have at the highest level. He immediately picks it up. Like, not only does he belong here, but it's very much apparent that these characters are designed in this way that is like frustrating, and the people who play those characters, who knows how you could pick their brain like rationally, and why that character designed that way and what it is to succeed. So for you to say like, I want to pick a Bison player's brain and talk about what that character like either needs or doesn't need, or like how they're supposed, like where the flexibility is, that's tough. That's really tough.
What I'm hearing is I disagree with Problem X, and I don't care to ask him to service his opinion.
I'll ask him, but I think it's only going to reinforce what I say. I'll still ask him, you know, but what am I going to learn?
Yeah, he's certainly solid.
I'm not trying to talk smack about Problem X. Problem is incredible. I'm just saying.
No, of course. I mean, one of the best players.
How do you do an East Coast Throwdown?
Champion. Well,
hey, how about you leave this to the commentators, Doc? But East Coast Throwdown is an anomaly of an event, right? The upsets that happen in that event were like, I think that it's a testament to like how good this game is in terms of like the design, but at the same time, I don't know if that's a good case for like, oh, how did Problem X do? Everybody got shaken up at ACT.
No, I think you're right, and to yes and on Knuckle doing chat says Bison down players need to be called out. To yes and on that, is there any character in this game that people are like just acknowledge like, yep, this character's strong, character's messed up? It maybe just Rashid players
besides Bison. Yeah, Rashid.
I feel like Rashid players are like, yeah, level 2's something, man.
Really, yeah, they can't deny it, right? I think the consensus is kind of coming around on Ed. I think Ed players are starting to understand, like, yeah, this character's pretty good. Like, you can still identify the weaknesses, but like the strengths just like vastly outweigh them, you know. And I don't think that they can.
You remember when
downplay
Ed was bad because he had a bad jab?
Oh yeah. That was oh no, he can't triple jab. Oh, his anti-airs are slow and inconsistent, which is still true, but it's like he can combo off of them. It's like pretty. I don't know. Either way. Okay. They're saying, so to give context on why we were
I
waiting,
see.
they were saying that the connection is 1 bar. And it's just probably not looking better with this retry. So we're going to defer to our TOs on what we should do. And meanwhile, we're going to continue to
So it looks like the goal right now is going to be to restart lobby. Bear with me. Sorry, I'm looking off camera, right? Because that's where I have all of my other windows open.
Sure.
But yeah, Ed is obviously super strong. I think it feels like having a really strong level 2 is becoming more and more valuable. I feel like if you can get a lot of mileage out of your level 2, it's just so resource efficient. I've been thinking about it lately, and I almost want to be like, I almost don't want to plan to use level 3s anymore and be like, yeah, I want a character with a dope level 2, and then I can really just churn through the resources more. It's so easy to get to level 3 and then accidentally sit on the resource for too long.
I think having good supers is important, right? But I don't think that it's necessarily the level 2s specifically. I think not having a bad super is more important than having a good level 2. Because when you think it's a fringe case, right? Like Ed's level 2 is good. Akuma's level 2 is good. Rashid's level 2 is good. That was a given. Blanca, well, that's the thing too, is that Blanca's level 2 is good, but we're not having Blanca in the same conversations as Ed, Rashid, Bison, and Akuma. You know, Cammy's level 2 is solid, but she's still a part of that conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think that level 2 is like a defining thing. I think that it does accentuate their strengths.
Yeah. I don't think
it's
it
not
needs
like a
to be a
necessary
defining thing. I think it's in my exploration as a player, I'm finding that maybe that's just the Chun player in me talking, where I'm like, yeah, I cash out my level 2 and I get a safe jump, and I do whatever I want.
It's true.
But the flip side of that, right, is if you can maximize the return on a level 2, it just makes the cycling of your resources so efficient. And yeah, DVGen in chat remarks about the desync combo, the dream combo. And yeah, I mean, once Ed's level 2 damage jumped that extra, whatever it was, 1,000 damage or whatever the hell.
Yeah, it's huge.
Suddenly it's like
incredible.
Cheese. And it's something that's confirmable off of a safe special move that he can combo into from a bunch of different ways, right?
It's confirmable. I think the more important thing is that it's confirmable from his lights, which is really messed up because his lights are really good. It's just like, go back to what you were saying. Oh, his jabs are bad. Yeah, from the surface, when you're looking at this character like for the first day and you try to do like the light string, yeah, they look kind of ass. But then you use them in a different combination and you apply them differently, and then you understand the reward that you get off of them, then it's like, oh, I think he is some of the best lights in the game, which I think is true. I think his light work is incredible.
I mean, he has the best 5-frame in the game.
Yeah, whoa, SPD.
Normal.
Okay, all right.
That is an important distinction. You're absolutely right there. But the standing short, crouching short, like the range that he can control at 5 frames is so solid, right? Like he's just very good at controlling the spaces that he plays at. And I think the thing is, on launch, people were wrapping their heads around the fact that Ed was very much playing a different type of game and a different type of range than we were seeing from a lot of the rest of the top tiers we had in year 1.
I think it was the way that we were using those top tiers, the way that we were using those tools that we thought was strong. It was like, I wouldn't necessarily say that the meta was different, because we're still, for the most part, playing the characters in the same way.
Fireball Drive Rush is still a thing. Obviously, low forward Drive Rush got nerfed, but now we apply it in like the reward is lessened in the strike department for it, but like we still use it the same way to brute force that 50-50, right? I think that once we kind of recontextualized how we use the strongest tools that we've identified,
that was what made, obviously, like the dream combo was one of the big things that made people like notice Ed and like made people want to explore Ed. But I think that once we like recontextualize how we use light buttons, what our reward off of light buttons is, how we accentuate our strike throw game, and how important that is, because Ed plays probably the best strike throw game in the game because he can opt out of playing it, and like the only character that can opt to do so. Once we understood what those tools, what the best characters tools are, and how to like optimize that, that was when Ed was like, okay, this is just, he just does everything so good. Okay, so we're going to get into the next set. Instead of our MJ Gamma and Sledge set, we couldn't work that out. We're going to cut right into the winner semifinals. Do versus Punk.
Is this a matchup that we've ever seen before? I said in my best, most plainly sarcastic voice.
You know,
as I feel like this is a match that we get to watch at least once a night every week.
I honestly, you could make a full feature-length film of just NuckleDu and Punk with the DVD commentary. There's so much footage, and there's so much data that both of these guys get, like not just off of the course of years, but even in this set, nice walking back to get that low forward, and has to spend that level 1. Is he dead off of this? No, he's not.
Just barely not. Oh, see, I'm intrigued at the choice to do OD flash kick there, because on the one hand, oh, so smart, I take it all back. Has the
Very
great
nice.
read only through the one fireball. I was gonna say, putting himself in burnout with so little life, super scary. Cammy has ways to navigate the screen, but Do so wisely plants one fireball and then commits to normals to control the space in order to beat Cammy. What a choice. Almost gets out of the corner, except Cammy has that side swap privilege on the OD spiral arrow.
Yeah, I think that one of the other... Oh my god, I think he's dead. No, he didn't spend the level 1.
Okay.
He wanted to save that meter for later. Obviously, the life lead was absolutely massive. He didn't believe that NuckleDu was going to stage a comeback. I think one of those things was that, like, Do can kind of understand how he has to play in Burnout and how Punk is going to, like, chase that kill, right? Like, Punk isn't necessarily greedy, but he can read how Punk will want to approach. He saw that Punk whiff that dive kick, and he's like, okay, he's not going to do another dive kick. I know exactly how he wants to get in. So good awareness on Do to stay in Punk's head. And now Punk, you're seeing slow things down a lot. We're seeing the footsies come out more. Punk is trying to make sure his next hit is valuable. He's not swinging anything. Look at this.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion of this game, is that a lot of the times, especially with, you know, evenly matched players trying to navigate neutral, less is more. And I think both of these players are more than capable of whiff punishing you and making you bleed for the slightest mistake. And Punk at a huge life deficit right now, so really cannot afford to make a big mistake. Do not going to throw a fireball because Punk has that CA available. Nice confirm off of the low forward, closes out a perfect. That was a 60-second perfect.
It was. And I mean, like, to accentuate what we were saying earlier, right? Like, Punk, less is more. Punk was trying to be very meticulous about the button that he pressed, but also trying to be very meter efficient, knowing that he's probably going to need as much as possible to make sure that he can get Do to the corner, they can maximize that damage, but also stay alive against the boom pokes, right? NuckleDu once again fighting out of that corner, bringing things back to mid-screen, and we're slowing it down again, making sure that Punk sits still. And look at this mid-range control. It's so good, but the perfect parry.
Yep, elects to go for that road to maximize corner carry, wants to go for a shimmy. No bites from Do. Do walks himself back into the corner, but here's the thing. Do is maybe, if not definitively, the best defensive guile in the world. Stuck in the corner, gets clipped, unfortunately, in that shimmy. Punk chooses to cash out the level 1 again. I think he wants to keep the drive gauge low. Ooh. Oh, say it ain't so. Alexa, play Weezer.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunate positioning, but...
Oh,
huh? Okay, hold on. I mean, I saw that Punk didn't charge the hooligan, but okay, he still was able to pick that up. That was a little scary, not gonna lie. Punk looking a lot better this time around now. I mean, he's been in this situation so many times, basically every round. He's got Do to the corner, and then he's just not able to, you know, take advantage of the screen positioning. Now his back is to the wall, and Do's looking good. Oh, the reaction with the level 2. Talking about how you need those strong level 2s. Punk utilizing it in full force. Bringing things back into that mid-screen. The counter hit, stand medium punch.
This pickup surrendering a lot of space. but dude
did
does
you
such
see
a
him?
great job of checking you moving into his space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he backed all the way up. Punk was able to, the deep dive kick, getting it with the light pickup. I was still really surprised at how much space NuckleDu walked back and how much Punk just followed him. He just walked all the way in, and that was instilling confidence, right? Well, whiff punish with the spiral arrow is next level.
Yeah, I want to remember to circle back to that point when we're done, but this set's so high octane. I don't want to take that extra bit. NuckleDu has been putting himself into burnout a fair bit, and Punk finally having a little bit more of a read on the cadence of NuckleDu's fireballs, so using those anti-fireball tools from Cammy a little bit more effectively. But right in that pocket, there's a very specific range where you want to poke against Guile, and Du does such a great job of using every forward advancing tool to expose you for it. Has the level 1. I don't think that's going to be enough to kill. No, but one more hit will be enough to do it. Perfect parries on the board, but the anti-fireball tools, once again, you're not dead though.
No, he's not dead, but he didn't have the health to cut through with the drive impact, and it was looking really close. Punk had perfect positioning around those fireballs and around the burnout pressure, but unfortunately just did not have that life to get greedy with that drive impact. NuckleDu going for that side switch, keeping a good screen position against Punk. And right now, once again, just opting for that mid screen, trying to make sure that Punk just does not sit comfortably in the footsies range.
Having that nice knockdown, and I mean, I talk about the flavor of a defensive Guile, right? But when you're locked down in the corner with the corner on one side and Guile on the other, it can feel awful. Not gonna find a counter DI in that spot, but this confirm into level 2 should be enough. Yes, indeed it is. NuckleDu goes up 2-1 in the set.
And it's not commanding either. I mean, it looks so nightmarishly close. Going back to character select, slowing things down. Yo, dude, this connection, brother. Yeah, I know. CFN buns all around, though. Okay, so there's a consistent issue that we're seeing throughout today, then.
It seems to be based on what we're seeing. I believe Gamma, the Gamma set was not ultimately able to be played out. Gamma versus Sledge. Zykel's waiting on the results for that. Loading back in. 2-1 still. Guy looks good with a goatee.
I think that every Street Fighter character looks good when they, are aged up a bit. I'm really happy that all of the World Warriors kind of got aged up a bit, with the exception of Honda. Honda doesn't look older.
He doesn't, but there's something about his design that feels like I don't know how you would have aged that up necessarily. I like that he's like his outfit looks a little bit more developed, I guess. Oh, what a good flash kick against the dive kick, going for the crouch fierce that time. What great choices from NuckleDu on the anti-air. One of the best in the business at placing the right tool for the right job, be it standing medium kick, crouching fierce, or flash kick. And a character like Cammy, who has multiple ways to alter her jump arc, being able to pick the right one is even more important.
Yeah. NuckleDu just taking that throw once again back to the wall. Punk brute forcing it, but great bait on that EX flash kick, opting for the level 1 to try his best to tack on some of that damage, get some good Oki, and another bait off of that. Huge risk there, and Punk taking full advantage. It was a really good idea to spend that level 1 just to make sure that he had really good Oki, and NuckleDu bit on the bait. He wouldn't last a week as a salmon.
Once again, ready. If he has that down charge, he is not missing the flash kick. I feel like he is at 100% on those. OD flash kick now through that pressure after the drive rush. Really jockeying in this mid-range right now. Punk finally finding a little bit of breathing room to beat out that Steph kick. NuckleDu going to go into burnout, so instead chooses to block with his face. That super does mean you end up in burnout anyway. Now you're stuck in the corner. No, Punk actually puts himself in the corner.
Yeah, dude, micro walking
not really
out.
In a position to abuse it.
This is a route into level 1. Okay. And Punk now tying up the set 2-2. This is a nail biter, as you would expect it to be between these two.
Oh,
Unfortunate spacing.
Yeah, that was a very early dive kick right on top of the fireball. It just happened to not work out. Otherwise, great choice. Meaty connected raw too.
It did.
Like,
yeah, I wonder if
tried
that
to walk forward.
could have been a walk forward, could have been a jump maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Caught the pre-jump frames, but now side switch. Knuckle do. Yeah, we were talking about how his defense was so impressive earlier in the set, even in that game before, but now it's really crumbling as Punk is just so ready and a next step ahead for every single one of Dude's options, sitting at set point now in the winter semis.
Yeah, this would be a pretty nice turnaround for him. Okay. A lot of respect for that dive kick. Placed very well. LaFord connects.
Ooh.
Nothing really comes of it. Finds the throw on like he held that parry for a hot second.
Yeah, and look at that. Do is not getting too greedy and trying to snipe out that drive gauge too. He's more than willing to just sit full screen and make sure that Punk is just uncomfortable and having to heal it back. He's more than fine just using his booms, using his buttons. Oh, but a big miss input there. Does not go crazily punished as that boom just comes out. But now look at that. Back to the wall. Oh my god.
Even with that not being a huge punish, this is still great for Do because Punk donates those extra 2 bars. Now Do ought to be able to close this one out. Doesn't need to spend a bar. So now you have literally double the super gauge of Punk. All off of that unfortunate interaction. You are sitting on so much damage in the right situation here as Knuckle Do.
Yeah, and the cadence of that game was very, very different from before, right? The way that Punk was able to get to this spot was because he was able to just land a hit, cycle the Oki, make Do uncomfortable on defense. But in this range is exactly how Do has been able to see success. He's been able to, like, keep Punk out, you know, but have a very proactive defense. But look at this. Punk trying to spend some things to get in. Oh, those upblade whips!
Yeah, this is huge. Again, you see Do is playing this really small game. You know, if he's not in the position to really control the space in front of him, really hesitant, waiting out for Punk to make the wrong choice, especially because Cammy has great tools to expose Guile for the wrong one. Oh, we do get the pickup into the level 3. Is that going to be enough?
That was a huge pickup. That was insane. That was just off of the farthest range possible stand medium punch. And there it is, the perfect to close it out. Knuckle Do taking it in a very nail-biting set. 3-2 over Punk. Man, that was the name of the game definitely changed in that last game.
No, absolutely. And I can't help but feel like how different would that last round have looked if Punk didn't accidentally throw away those 2 bars, right? Once again, assuming it was an accident, but having access to that level 3 in the 3rd round, such an important anti-fireball tool for Cammy to represent, particularly in this matchup. And, you know, who knows how different that would have made things work. But again, you know, Do so great at controlling space, great at controlling the space in front of him, amazing at picking the right anti-airs. Guile is maybe unique in 6, and I'm actually trying to rack my brain to see if other characters have this, but might be unique in having the most diverse set of anti-air tools afforded to him, where he can actually cover so many discrete ranges if you use the different tools properly. Like, I feel like a lot of other characters is like you either use your DP or you have like a crouching fierce, but Guile can control all of these different vectors, and Do always knows the right one to land on.
Yeah, we can. I mean, there can probably be a case made as to whether or not he's the most in that regard, and specifically the anti-air department. But I mean, Knuckle Do just utilizing every single one of those to full effect throughout that entire set, right? So that's part of what Guile's identity is. It's control, it's lockdown. You know, part of the zoning is being able to keep yourself safe, and if you can do so just without the reliance of your crouch heavy punch and flash kicks, you know, you're going to be sitting fine. But speaking of characters that might kind of suffer in the anti-air department, oh, here we go again. Yeah, they're fighting demons. Okay, the ultimate demon, that is CFN. Ooh. Oh, even the spectators are fighting demons too. 1 frame delay, 6 frame rollback, 150 ms, and it crashed. How about skill issues, Eichels? How about you just kind of figure that one out?
Oh my god.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. While we get that sorted out, this is a good opportunity to talk about, you know, one big thank you to you guys for making sure the Matcherino has gotten to where it is. It is at $94.50. Let's pull that up really quick. Those codes got used within the first like hour and a half, I want to say. So big shout outs to you guys for doing that. Everybody with the direct contributions from that point on, we're hugely thankful for you guys.
I see
Grandpa
Rotary Lover
Shizzle.
with the $5. Shizzle, that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, I really wish I could read the rest of that name with the $50
Grandpa, I'm on my
contribution.
grandpa shit, dude.
Hey, they might have played Third Strike. If today has taught me anything, it's that I'm older than I think I am, and I already think I'm kind of old.
No. I mean, you said you're an 09er, right? That's like you're prehistoric in to Enzo,
Well, I mean,
at the very least.
Right. So I guess if you are from the FGC before 09, you're literally a Jurassic Park dinosaur that's been revived from Amber.
Correct. Absolutely. Well, you know that we can't do that, though. We can't. We actually can't. Well, DNA. All right, I'm gonna do this. Okay. So, like the oldest DNA that we were able to recover was from like 1 to 2 million years ago. Okay. Dinosaurs are from like 65 million years ago. That DNA is cooked. We're not doing anything with that. We all we can do is just be like, look, they did have feathers. We can't remake that though. But woolly mammoths,
some of the
wholly realistic in reviving.
I must say, I think some of the magic of reviving dinosaurs goes away once you realize they have feathers. I don't know what it is, but like.
But then they're new. Like then they're new dinosaurs. You think about them in a whole new context. They're like new, different types of beasts.
See, maybe it's just because I grew up and they were reptiles, and now I'm like, nope, that's what a dinosaur is to me.
Okay. So you still got super hype when Goku went Super Saiyan 4, didn't you? And he had fur again.
Hey everybody!
So,
what's up? I just want to say thank you to everybody that's tuning in with us and listening to this nonsense. I just really appreciate everybody sticking through our connection issues that we've been having with a specific game's netcode. So yeah, thank you everybody. Keep showing us love and all that.
Thanks, Pops. Papa Bunch. Appreciate you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the actual dad. I know. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I know.
No. Something about because Pops. I feel like Pops doesn't talk about a dad. Pops feels older than a dad.
Pops is a
like, dad of a grown
personality.
Of like your child has grown already.
Pops is a you're too regular show pilled. Okay, Pops is not like an actual title that defines the age. Pops is it's a state of being. You know, Pops is a vibe. Okay, when you give Pops vibes, it's like Unk. But
all right,
for Unk doesn't necessarily have to be old guy. Talking about old guys again.
See that I can get behind, but I don't know. Apparently, I have nothing tonight except opinions that are going to be called into question. So, it is what it is. That's fine.
What? What do you mean called into question?
Somebody in chat says only old fools say Pops. You know what? Never mind. I'm back in the running. Someone in chat's on my
No.
side.
He's saying only old foos say Pops, not only old foos are Pops. I should be a lawyer. I should be a lawyer.
I'm gonna split the difference and still say that I'm good on this.
That's fine. That's okay. Hopefully we can get into our next set between Zycles and MJ Gamma, because I kind of do want to see how Kimberly navigates the Bison matchup. It's not a set that I get to see a lot. I know that there was some opportunity in Street Fighter League. I do have to catch up on Street Fighter League. I mean, congratulations to the FlyQuest team and Psycho. They are tearing it up from what I hear, from what I've seen.
Yeah, my assumption about Kimberly Dictator is that I feel like it ought to be difficult for Kimberly, right? Because a lot of the threat that she generates is about moving through mid-range and surprising you, right? Like the threat of slide, the threat of run pressure or teleports and things like that. And I feel like these are all vectors that Bison very actively controls in the neutral. So you're going to have to go to the air more, which is going to invite a lot of hell attack or things like that. So just... my gut call is that at least the neutral will be difficult. That said, you know, once she is able to get started, Dictator without a reversal, you know, you can sort of try to run away from it. It's just going to be a question of, can you stay in the pocket for long enough, which is so commonly the question. And some of that is about player expression, I think.
I have this feeling that the way that Kimberly is being played is very much shifting. Like her identity as a character is kind of pivoting. Think about it like how Ed, once Momochi, you know, pioneered the Dream combo, then a lot of Eds were starting to follow, and a lot of people started to play Ed and discover more things and discover more strengths and understand his weaknesses better and how to circumvent those. I think that we're seeing a lot of Kimberly's that are relying like way more on the fact that she has a lot of incredible left-right mix-ups, right? The way that she utilizes her cans and how to make the cans the core identity of her pressure and of her the way that she plays the neutral and the way that she mixes you up. I think that that's very, very important to remember in how we analyze matchups for Kimberly. For example, there are a lot of the Kimberly clips that we see, you know, before Kimberly was like, oh, the left-right stuff is just fun, but it's not really viable because you'll die to other stuff. But now, because of the way that cans operate and the way that she's able to, like, you know, dish out cans and consistently have pressure from them in the mid screen, and then like they don't even have to connect. It's the fact that it's there is enough, and it gives her free range of motion. So now, as you mentioned, with Bison not essentially having a reversal that he can rely on, or even having a tool that he can use to like get out of that situation, he's very reliant on just blocking by nature or hoping that he gets the perfect parry on the wake up. And that's all he can do. I think that that's the best way that she can navigate that matchup, because he has, as you said, he has no defense. He has no, you know, wake up reversal outside of level 1. She has a similar weakness, but she gets to control a lot better, I think. But obviously, once Bison touches her, she's dead. Basically, she explodes.
And that's the other bit, right? Because she also doesn't have a reversal, and you had already highlighted it earlier, right? Bison as a character can be played in a way. He almost feels like a Street Fighter V character in some respects, where it's like you get the one hit, and then it leads to a 50-50 that will lead you to a situation where you're gonna die.
You're so right. That's 100% accurate. It feels, because like he has the stand heavy punch, that feels unchanged. That feels like the exact same. I hate it.
Like it, except that I feel like Scissors is more abusable.
Yeah, because, more abusable.
But, like, you
for
don't have stand roundhouse or, you know, down forward fierce to be moving you forward and controlling that space like you had in 5. But
I mean, he has down forward fierce in that game is just stand fierce in this game.
Right.
That's what I meant. It very much feels the same, and he still has stand heavy kick, right? Up the the way that he's able to use plus frames, his identity hasn't changed whatsoever. The way that you play him has barely changed, but now he has a cancelable crouch medium kick,
and he just has V trigger 2 at all times.
At
you
all
can
times.
Just plant the bomb.
Well, I mean, that was one of the big complaints about Bison in Street Fighter V, was the fact that he needed to get to Psycho Crusher. And the way that you used Psycho Crusher in that game was like not how you use Psycho Crusher before or
Very
even
true.
now, right? So it was a very different Psycho Crusher, identity-wise, for Bison. But I think that all of his other strengths have basically one-to-one carried over into this game, and then some with the existence of Bomb, because now it's like, before, you're very much just blocking it out against Bison, and it can feel very smothering, but now it's like accentuated with the Bomb, you know?
Is that first of all, I want to double check. Seth, how long have you been playing fighting games?
Season 2 of Street Fighter V.
Okay, so
Evo 2017 was when I was like, okay, yeah, fighting games are sick. Something so great.
I see. So what I was curious about is, like, I think back to like even older versions of Bison, and I think about, like, of the World Warrior characters, like, who has changed the most over the years in terms of their identity. And off the top of my head, it feels like Bison might be the one who has worn the most hats.
I don't have the 4 perspective because I don't like that game. I'm
Okay,
not
that's
afraid
a
to
dangerous
say
thing
it.
to say on this stream. Bunch of
That's
pop
fine.
right in.
No, I know he's gonna pop in and he's gonna reach the screen and smoke me to, you know, choke my ass out. But at the same time, I don't like option selects by design. I just don't like option selects.
That game was incredibly option select heavy.
Yeah, I don't think that they're
so-
healthy is all. But
Yeah,
okay, it looks like
loading
Zykl's
right
won
up.
the coin flip.
Yeah. No, it actually, it looks to me as though MJ Gamma chose to DQ because they've identified that they are a consistent part of some of these technical hiccups, I guess. At least in this particular moment, it sounds like everyone that they were speaking to in the bracket said that they've literally had good sets earlier today. Final fight combo out of Zykl's to get that corner control back, due on the Cammy to highlight right now, instead of the Guile against Kimberly.
Yeah, and that checks out, right? It's a lot easier to move around against Kimberly, to contest and lock her down because the sonic booms, you can't really believe in it. Oh, she just barely recovered in time. Yeah, having to go for the hooligan side swap, but just go for that throw. Yeah, I mean, Kimberly is, like, you can't feel confident throwing boobs when she has her teleports and when she has her slides. You know, she has so many ways around your bread and butter that the Cammy pick makes way more sense, where you just smother her, where she can't move.
Yeah. And I feel like if you're going to have a backup character for Guile, Cammy is such a great choice of it, right? Like, it's such a different speed to bring to the table. You're playing at a different range, you're playing at a different tempo, you're representing completely different threats. Like, there is no commonality between the two except that they both have an uppercut.
Oh my
Using that standing
God.
roundhouse right now, just destroying the drive gauge and finding the DI for the wall stun
my-
after. Okay, Deuce
Bro.
putting the styling and freestyling.
Dude, what was that? That felt rude. That felt like early onset conditioning, you know? Like he's really trying to lock
See,
down and piss off Zykl's.
So in our Discord, Zykl's loading in between games replied to their own message saying, quote, "NuckleDo always hitting me with the most immoral shit." And then after that round said, "See, he's doing it already."
It's
Immoral is a
100%
good
true.
word for it.
Immoral was the perfect word for what just happened there. So it looks like Zykl's is responding in kind, trying to get these mix up, but also trying to make sure that NuckleDo's bar sits pretty low. Look at that can pressure. I told you, just the very presence gives you free range of motion. Just when NuckleDo thought that he can jump away from it and go in with that dive kick, no, that can still went off and kept NuckleDo in the corner, but the spiral arrow now bringing things back to the mid screen. But good for Zykl's to make sure that, you know, Do doesn't take a mile.
I think one of the difficulties is we're representing that jump back air to air. And yeah, it's getting damage. It's exposing Do for jumping forward in some not stellar places, but you surrender a lot of real estate on the screen by doing that. And that can feel a little bit unfortunate. Thankfully, Kimberly does have, you know, slightly more opportunities to side swap, but so does Cammy. Drive reversal coming out and still just abusing that standing roundhouse. It's like Do doesn't care about anything except hurting your drive gauge. That was drive rush roundhouse.
Look at the way that, okay, Do is definitely playing in a way that is like, it's meant to get in Zykl's head. This is a message to Zykl's specifically, and he has every good reason. Did you see the way that Zykl's opened up this round just by the long, he held forward. He just walked all the way in, and then Do just hit a button, was like, get away from me, and then he brought him all the way to the corner and took his life, okay? I think that there's like a conversation that is happening between these two entirely on the sticks.
I'm just hearing that Do is on his Heath Ledger right now.
Yeah, true. And it's crazy that Heath Ledger is still like the one, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I have hope for Barry Keegan. I think he could be okay.
He might be, but I wasn't convinced in the 4 seconds that I saw him, so... Anyway, we'll see. Nice to stand light kick. Perfect. Ended with the ease and a drop. What a great buffer from Zykl's. I mean, it felt lucky, but it was great.
hey, I mean, sometimes you need to represent it, right? And this is a matchup. Cammy on paper ought to have the advantage in the ground game between these two, right? Cammy's identity as a character is good speed, good buttons, and, you know, just really explosive. Oh my god.
Yo, just in this
like,
round
speechless.
so far. I know, Zycles has done so much cool stuff. And I mean, it was like really unfortunate the spacing a little bit earlier, but now he's really cleaned it up. Got NuckleDu in the corner once again. He still has a can, spends that, and he gets away for free. The ease of the drop, he's going to be able to convert off of this. Doesn't have the meter, but he doesn't even need it because he just spends the drive gauge to take the lead in the set. Cycle's a huge fan of that EX Bushin Tatsu.
I've said so many times, I've had this conversation with so many people. Cycles is definitely, I think, the most technical of the Kimberly players. Always has the weirdest little fringe situations to bring out for yourself. Like, look at some of the decisions that Cycles is making, and you're just like, how many layers does this man have?
It's crazy that, like, Zycles also plays in a way that's not reliant on the level 3 win condition, because I felt like that was the way that Kimberly's were, like, defining her. You know, it's like, oh, you get to level 3, you cash that out early, and then you get the accentuated neutral and damage, and you just play her like, you know, like a normal, you would play normal footsies, right? All of the mix-up stuff, all the tricky stuff is just, like, it's a nice enhancement, but it's not necessary. But Cycles is absolutely trying to pave the way for the new style of Kimberly. As you said, probably the most tricky of the Kimberlys that we see here in North America. So great stuff to him. Now taking the set 2-0, taking the lead in the set, I apologize, 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, I think, to yes, your point, I think it very much looks like Cycles has a very developed Kimberly, fully independent of the level 3. It is an incredibly developed take on the character that does not treat the buff of level 3 like a win condition that needs to be found. It is just an additional thing that you can represent that just should be an amplifier to the entire rest of your game plan. Very little life on the side of Zycles right now as he is stuck in this P1 side corner. NuckleDu very healthy as he's trying to keep this control. Plus, that I don't think that spiral arrow was plus. So ready with these anti-airs.
Yeah, I mean, NuckleDu played absolutely great control. Zycles had one opportunity, but he opted to guess that NuckleDu was going to go for an EX cannon spike, but unfortunately did not work that way. And now Zycles is looking once again in a really bad spot. Okay, just goes for that raw jump out.
Yeah, I mean, so Kimberly has these additional options, and the thing is, because she has additional options that can allow her to side switch, you value jumping out of the corner a little bit less. Wow! OD run slide on wake up.
I know, that was absolutely crazy, and there it is, really incredible. That's 2 for 2, baiting that throw with it, and here we go. We're popping that level 3, we're spending this, and I feel as though it's like he needs to get the CA damage, he needs to regenerate some of that drive bar, and he really wants to make sure that he has the tools to win this one, but oh no, NuckleDu escapes.
What?
And he spends his bar just as quickly as he gets it and doesn't even need to do anything with it. NuckleDu taking this set up, going the distance in it. Now at 2-2. Yeah, that was really hyperactive and kind of greedy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the end of that round was, I'll use the word manic. There was a lot that didn't need to be shown there. You landed that CA. You were in a position where it's like the comeback had become possible. And that was the point where everything goes to the wind and you just started playing, spending every resource he had as though he would lose them whether they were used or not. Trying to work his way out of the corner, using the cans a lot now, but what is he doing?
The can was, I mean, okay, I feel the can was there to like build distance, make sure that he could get in for free, but he also wanted to see if NuckleDu was going to contest with it, so he went out for that slide. It's working out. I'm in the brain. Okay, I believe in Zycles. I think this is going to work out. And look at this great offensive position right now, staying out of the box, trying to make sure that dude doesn't feel comfortable. He has level 2, but he also just has level 1. He's going to let that rip. You're going to spend that can. Nope. I think he can opt to not spend the can. That's right. I don't know how you treat that situation post-flash. Or like post-death.
No. I'm trying to rack my brain on whether I've ever seen the medium kick to standing short link used for Kimberly. I feel like it's so infrequent that she's in a spot where she's using medium kicks not straight out of drive rush. Nice jab check from Zycles. Working back. We have time to burn here. We have additional rounds to play with. If nothing else, you could even play this round for bar. Dude,
yeah, but
going
he
for
also
a lot of regular jump.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that Do isn't like getting in for free. And I mean, he essentially did. He just threw him to death, and now we're at final game, final round. But Zycles was playing a little bit too defensively. Knuckle2 exposed that very early on, and now that low forward is going to start things off incredibly for him. Goes for the throw yet again, and Zycles is just going to show that respect. Tried to tech that time, but dude, look at this. He's really low on the drive, but it's looking really bad, Brad.
Yeah, going for a jab check on Wake Up there was Zycles. Oh no, punish counter throw. One more touch is it. Wake Up level 3. I guess we've just surrendered the game. And Do goes for the cheekiest possible version of closing that one out and is able to move on to the winner side of Grand Final. Zycles drops down. We've had a couple of DQs from the loser's side of people switching gears or Gamma stepping out for the connection things. The result of all of that is we're already sitting up at losers finals with Punk. So we're going to end up jumping straight into Zycles Punk.
Hold on. Was the coin flip between MJ Gamma and Noah? Or MJ Gamma and
so the
Sledge?
coin flip was, it was Gamma and Sledge.
Okay, so
Gamma
Noah had to
Zycles-
DQ.
Yeah, Noah, I think Noah said that he was not feeling well.
I see. Okay, for sure. Well, I hope
You know what
that's...
feels great? Do you want to know what feels great? The Matcherino, because y'all
my
already
Christ.
used all of the codes. Thank you so much for doing that. As I say every time, it is free money that disappears into the ether if you do not use it. So thank you so much for doing so. And also, thanks to everyone who had made a direct contribution. Nemesis, Rotary Lover, Dan Cravat, and Grandpa, what did you say it was? Grandpa it's cut off on the-
Shizzle.
Shizzle. That's what I thought
It's in the
it
top
was.
contributors section.
Ah, there you are. Good eye. Hey, look at Seth teaching me things about the Matcherino landing page. If you're not familiar with the Matcherino landing page, make sure you go and click on that link so that you can do so. You don't have to directly contribute tonight. There would be coupon codes. You can do that any other time. Use this as a learning experience. Check out the Matcherinos for your next tournaments too.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your support, obviously, through this Matcherino. Thank you to Granola, obviously, for holding it down here, as always, on the Casabunch stream. Every Thursday, you guys have been a long-time supporter, and we're going to long-time support you guys. Remember, if you throw that... Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Oh, sorry. I was pointing the wrong way, but there it is. Get yourself one of them. Go to granola.games. Use code Casabunch at the checkout for $10 off, and that $10 gets bumped into the Matcherino of that bracket for the week. So support Granola. Follow them on Twitter. They are... incredible with the community support. They're always really vocal. Shout outs to those guys out on the West Coast, on Seattle, and they're just incredibly kind, incredibly helpful. We'd love to shout them out here. So thank you to Granola, and I think we'll also shout out the Yost's event. Right? Is that another thing that you guys
If Doctor
want to
has
talk
it ready
about?
to pull up, yeah.
If he's got it ready to pull up, I know you're seeing us, a slideshow of us, but here we go. One more slide. We've got We Got Next, I believe is what that says. So sorry, that is what that says. Start.gg/we got next. I was just making fun of the squiggly lines. They got Gears, they got Street Fighter, they got Tekken. It's out in Jacksonville, Florida. So if you guys are free, November 9th on that, I want to say that's a Saturday. Hit up that Start.gg, head out to Jacksonville, Illinois, support Yost. He really, is a long time hard worker for here at Casa and or holding it down for the online brackets and the East Coast brackets. So let's go show him our support by going to We Got Next.
I think it's so fascinating how more than any other title, the older Guilty Gear titles continue to see support and tournament play like on their own. Like when a new Street Fighter comes out, you don't see primary support for the older titles. and same for like the Tekkens. But Gear has maintained this support for each iteration. I find that really, really interesting.
I think it makes a lot of sense for Tekken, considering it's kind of the same. You know, with the exception of like Tekken 5 DR into Tekken 6, that was like the main shift, right? But for the most part, it feels kind of like the same game. And then like we still prop up Third Strike. We still have Street Fighter 4, you know, see Street Fighter 4 every now and then. But there's something about Rev 2 specifically that I can't quite pinpoint why it still sees the success that it sees offline. Maybe it's I don't know if it's got no, it has rollback now, so then I don't really know what it could be.
Which I mean, Plus R popped off because it had rollback, and then it continued to see play, at least in some respects, after Strive dropped. Rev 2 got rollback. It's just the fact that I feel like you can see any of them on the lineup at a tournament, and you won't be like, "Oh, that's fascinating. What a choice for a retro title," or something like that.
Right.
They all still feel relevant.
Yeah. Street Fighter 4 even is like you don't get to see too often, despite how poignant it was for the FGC at its time.
Yeah.
And then Street Fighter 5, you're probably not going to see it for another like 10 years. No, not even then. You're going to be on Street Fighter 8 before it's like, do you guys remember Street Fighter 5? You guys want to see Akira? Do you guys remember
I don't think it'll be that long.
Nakali?
Even we didn't remember Nakali when we were playing Street Fighter 5.
What's a Street Fighter 5 character that's not necessarily like an original to 5, but like that was in 5 that you think we will absolutely not see in 6? It doesn't have to be a 5 original because Nakali's a given. We're never going to see that guy again.
I mean, I don't think we'll see Nash again anytime soon, if ever.
Yes, I agree, and I think that that's because of the V system, and I think that he can only function in that. I don't think Nash can exist outside of a game like the V system.
I mean, he was in the Alpha series.
Yeah, but he was not the same Nash. You know what I'm saying? Like he was not doing
he's a very different character. He was in 5.
So grounded, so different. I mean, Alpha is kind of just more grounded, different in that respect. But like, Nash was. You use the V system. Like the win condition was get your V trigger. You know? So I think that like somebody says Kareen, Horatio Dub in chat says Kareen. I don't know. I feel like she could be here. You know what I'm saying?
She could.
I
think one thing I think about is if an approximation of your character's play style is already in a title, it is presumably less likely that she'll get that character over something that brings something unique. I say that despite the fact that Akuma was DLC and that's another Shoto, but Akuma's a different case.
Akuma's, he's always going to be in that regard. But shout outs to Baydestrian saying probably another not getting Armika. Based. Love that. Don't want to see Armika. I would rather see Laura than Armika.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're never inviting you back, Seth. Just not happening. Sorry, not sorry, buddy.
I think Laura's cooler than Armika. I just think
she is. I am an Armika hater.
Yeah, me too. Nothing to do.
Don't find her interesting. All power to you if you like them, right? Whatever character you like. I don't have to like them, but
I hope G comes back.
Yeah, I hope he does. If only because I think, and when we were spitballing about Nakali, the invites have gone out. By the way, we are preparing for our losers finals, trying to get the last of our players in. Nakali, so forgotten in Street Fighter 5 that when they did the Battle Hub, like pick your favorite game villain, G was the villain for Street Fighter 5.
Yeah.
Not Nakali, who was on the cover.
Nakali, listen, okay? I'm so astonished by the retconning that was constantly happening in Street Fighter 5. And Nikali was like the biggest one, obviously, right? But the thing about G as a villain was they never said how G was a villain. They never
True.
instilled him as a villain, but he just happened to be a villain because Rose was like, "Oh, I don't like your vibe. It's kind of weird."
Well, I think that was the thing, right? Is it was very much they set him up as a villain, but they didn't show us how. They were like, "Hey, he's a villain later. He's gonna be a guy that matters." And then in Street Fighter 6, nothing has come up yet.
No, and it never will. G is gonna stay dead in Street Fighter 5. And shout outs to Cravat in the chat saying what I've been thinking since day one. I want Minot back for very civilized and sophisticated reasons.
I think
Minot is for foot people not willing to admit it and play Jerry.
Listen, I can explain. All right. First of all, I like the fortune teller archetype, and we didn't have Rose. And then we got Rose.
Rose is in 5, and she wears shoes.
Rose wasn't 5. She got in 5 later. Okay, what does it matter?
That was
Okay,
that was at least 2 years later.
and also the Egyptian representative was really cool. She did all the cool Egyptian shit. It was awesome. What do you mean? Also, when are we getting a Filipino character? Come on, I would really like. Anyway, we finally got our gentleman sitting down.
It's Minot is sort of a funny idea of a character, right? Because it's like Minot was the first of that, like, hey, we're going to introduce characters that are the next generation being trained of the World Warriors. Rose, an Alpha Series character, but that means she's been around in the world since then. And we got a couple of those. For her to not be in this game yet as the next generation of World Warrior, kind of interesting. Zycles and Punk as our losers finals. Punk staying on the Akuma.
Okay. Really quick, Minot's V-Trigger 1 could totally be her level 2. Okay, Punk on the Akuma and not spending that level 1. Life lead is just massive. He believes in himself. Going for that throw. Round 1, going easy. Yeah, I can see Zycles kind of struggling just against, like, one of the strengths that is consistently pointed out about Akuma is how fast that fireball is. Not just in, an active hurt box, but recovery on it too. I mean, I feel like the recovery is average. No, it's not like any faster or slower than. I don't think that it's faster than Ryu's, is it? It's not as slow as Luke's, but it's kind of the same as a regular Shoto's, if not slightly worse. Are you sure? I don't think that fireball.
I'm pulling
is
it
like
up on
a
the
fast
side.
recovery.
We can confirm.
Okay,
this.
pull it up. He's going to. No, he did not. He's not going to level 3. Interesting. Why is everybody messing with Zycles tonight? What has he done? He's just playing Kim. He's just being cool. I'm gonna advocate for Zycles. I'm gonna be the #1 Zycles defender. I'm gonna be your champion, bro. Oh, you're playing Manon? Now I'm hella being your champion. Manon is sick. Kimberly's cooler, but it's Manon. I feel like Manon is another one of those characters that's kind of creeping up the tier list. Show some Josie respect. She's chill. Listen to me. As a Filipino, Josie is one of the wackest representatives of Filipinos in fighting games. Of the 3 that we have.
Right. Before this minute, I did not know that Zycles had a Manon, so we're gonna have to see how this one goes. If nothing else, she certainly represents some threats from a slightly farther out range to try to deal with that Akuma, and can get bigger reward out of 50-50 situations by way of having the command grab that can make it a little bit more punishing for Punk to be wrong.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very, very difficult, not just for Zycles to close the gap, but to be able to instill the 50-50 threat, right? Manoba. Oh, look
my
how ready
God.
Punk was for that. I mean, it was very
Whoa.
telegraphed. He sent the slow-moving fireball from downtown, setting up the twirl for Zycles, and was like, I know exactly what you want. You Mano players want one thing, and it's disgusting.
All right.
It's
is able to
usually the
confirm
command
standing
grab,
on the
but-
lights. Oh my God.
Okay. But it kind of a trade-off is that she gets out of that corner, but look at that incredibly high damage into the level 3. Punk in a very, very dominating showing so far against Zycles. I wonder what Zycles see. What is he cooking? What does he see with the Manon? Besides the spectacular costume.
It is a great costume 3. But I'm like, Kimberly and Manon are both gonna try to like overwhelm you offensively, right? But Kimberly, I think, needs to do a little bit more to set up the big damage interactions that Manon just kind of gets in a lot of the interactions by way of having that additional command grab as a threat. So it could just be like, if I'm working this hard in neutral, I want to get bigger rewards.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of big reward, that stand heavy punch being big reward. Punk being able to be meter conservative. And it's looking really good so far. Set point available for him. That stand like it comes out. Checking Punk pressing something. Hopefully that's the start of some momentum. 4 medals now on deck.
Now that's huge, right? Oh no! You literally could have killed him. He would actually be dead.
I had no doubt in my mind he could have died. Okay, here we go. 5 medals dangling from her neck. Uh-oh. This could be bad.
If you lose this round right now, Zycles, if you lose from this lead...
Don't worry, Zycles. A, you won't lose. And B, if you do lose, it's because he's top tier, okay?
You're dead. With CA,
Hold on. Hold on. It's stun scaling
at 50%.
Yeah, stun scaling. It's minimum scaling, but that was deep into the yellow when he started. Like, okay.
Wow.
Listen, bro, that's the murderous intent in your face. Okay, I don't think that there's any way out of that. So, great stuff to Zycles. Good performance throughout this entire bracket, and what we did see of him. But it is the fated duo in the end. And who would have thought that it was going to end up this way? Not me.
I mean, it doesn't always, right? Like we've seen a whole lot of variation in terms of the specific orders of who the best players that are representing in East Coast or NA tournaments are. Punk and Do are probably the most consistent of those names, but that doesn't mean that they're always up at the end together. It's just they're both swinging for the fences tonight.
It's true. I think that if you put like our most consistent players in North America, right, which are essentially Punk, Do, Mena, Nephew, Boost is there. Who else? You know, who else do we have that is like viable to win? You know, we have a good portion. We have a good amount.
Yeah.
Which is great.
I want to shine.
Shine. I put Idom in that pool.
I think he's the more comfortable he gets with Manon, I think he's looking better and better over time.
We're gonna see the best of the
finals.
best. Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, external. How did we forget them two? Dual Kevin.
Dual
and JB.
Kevin and JB. You know what? I'm gonna quit. Dual Kevin's for my region, and he's like Midwest too. Like I'm a fool. Anyway, he'll never see this.
I don't believe did Punk play the Akuma when these two played earlier? I want to say he played the Kami.
He did play the Kami, that is correct. So now opting for the Akuma for this specific matchup.
Okay, Demon Flip. And I like that there's a choice being represented here that we hadn't seen from some previous play earlier tonight as people were trying to deal with Guile. Going for those shallower Demon Flip arcs so he is safe if the timing doesn't work out, but placing the dive kick super well.
Okay, Bunch, smart ass, Long Island dual Kevin. I mean, he lives in Indiana. All right. Oh, that was so many hits. I was so confusing as to which fireball was gonna win there.
Oh,
You're
jeez.
joking! Oh my god. That was just an absolute war of attrition in terms of all of their fireballs and just armoring through everything.
The getting DI in that spot, it clashed with the fireball and a button. I was so sure you were dead. And then we had 3 more layers of interactions on top of that. Finds the cross cut here, does Knuckle do, earning a little bit more real estate. Late off the parry pump drive rush, does get thrown for his trouble, and we are back to neutral. Another great anti-air DP.
Yeah, Punk looking really good in minimizing the boom pressure, but also trying to stay mobile so that way Do just can't feel comfortable. Yeah, there it is. Walking forward, trying to make sure that Do does not feel confident pushing out a button, but also wanting to keep that flash kick on lock. And Punk taking the first set or first game in this set, coming in from the loser's side though, so there's a lot of work to do.
For sure, but I think that was such a great example of why Akuma is a threat, right? You can get away with walk up, stand fierce in a spot like that because you have the threats of your jump in and the demon flip follow-ups, all making you just have to pay that extra little bit of attention in neutral.
Look at that, standing at full screen, Punk just feeling very comfortable, just charging up that fireball and using it as a way in. Oh, but the late flash kick, making sure that he could catch it and cut through that fireball. But look at that. You're talking about NuckleDo's anti-air options and maximizing the reward for it. NuckleDo, incredible defense. Punk having to work extra hard cracking through that pressure.
Definitely a strong start for Do. Punk trying to, Punk actually succeeding in claiming some of the space, using that towards Fierce, very hit confirmable. Is that button. And there's just Punk is demonstrating a very great read on what ranges Do is going to try to contest that and just smothering it with a fierce hitbox.
Okay, Punk just trying to maintain the distance. Oh, must have been a misinput. I'm sure he wanted fireball there, but Do taking full advantage. Oh, look at the pressure. No shot. No, we're at the corner. Oh, I didn't even realize where we were.
Same. I figured it had to be the case when the DI came out, but I think Punk also must not have been aware because I feel like that's a spot where he ordinarily would have been churning out that level 2.
Yeah, the level 2, right? Because he had every reason to be churning out that level 2. I mean, it's a quarter circle back. You're going to be guarding anyway, but I guess he just wasn't too confident in where we were on screen. But NuckleDo back throwing him out of that corner. The life lead is really big, and that drive lead is even more dangerous. And there it is, NuckleDo landing that hit, taking the lead in the set now.
Yeah, it's slowly inching away from Punk here. I feel like the wins in neutral are becoming fewer and fewer, and you know, with that comes losing more in neutral, right? And, okay.
Okay, hold on. These guys are communicating. All right, they're buttoning in Morse code. They're talking shit. Yo, Punk, keep cycles out of your mouth, man. What are you doing over there? What are you saying? I'm playing. All right, here we go. We're looking confident, looking good. CFN figured it out.
All right. Like Do is just reclaiming all of the space, manages to clip with the low, slowly inching forward off of those fireballs. The level 3 ender here, I think it would have been enough with how little life Akuma does have, but tall hill to climb for Punk. A great jump in, a nice place to start it.
Yeah, I mean, tall hill to climb. Akuma just leaps to the very top, got that CA on lock, making sure that he can go into the next round safe and sound, as that life lead was looking disastrous. But now he goes in, no bars, but still probably going to feel confident on it.
Okay. Blocks out the target combo string. And you can just... I feel like before, where we were seeing Punk walking forward and using a lot of stand fierce and towards fierce, now having to be much more defensive, getting actually clipped by some of these buttons and showing a lot more respect, having to start to go second is Punk. That was a great whiff punish with the sweep, but now sent back full screen off of that OD Sonic Boom.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Punk isn't even He's not even making connections, but he's still able to walk Do all the way back to the corner. And this is a position he feels very comfortable in, but Do spending that drive rush to get out, to build that distance, walking him back as long as he's able to maintain the space between them. But what an unfortunate jump. It works out for Punk again. Doesn't have the damage to kill this time, but it's going to be one more guess. Oh,
Okay.
boy.
OD flash kick out of Do, goes for the shimmy, doesn't get it, but we confirm into the level 2, so we are still able to target that drive gauge. Gonna be difficult here for Punk, but Akuma has different ways to make sure that he's covering the screen in front of him. Still having the life lead despite being in burnout.
Oh,
but
he's pumping. There it is!
Oh my god, dash forward level 2 through the sonic boom to close it out.
Yeah, he was churning that. He definitely wanted that level 2. So that was an incredible dash up to cut through the boom there. Now up 2-1 in the set. Still has to reset this bracket if he wants this. Whiff punish on that target combo.
Okay, goes for a parry pump and does get thrown for his trouble. Really believed in a counter poke there, it seems. Starting to use his fireballs more as a poke right now as Punk. You can actually see, like, he has, in the conversation of their neutral, he has surrendered space. Okay, finds the back throw.
Yeah, I think him using the fireballs was not working out for him there, so now he just, now he's got the better screen position. He's just going to go for applying the Oki as much as possible. But dude, once again, buttoning his way out. That level 2 was on deck yet again. Punk at reset point.
I think making a statement with these answers through the fireballs punish counter, low forward leads to the flash kick there for NuckleDo, and another whiff punish. Punk placing these whiff punish sweeps so well right now.
Oh my god. Yeah, the walk up, stand medium punch. Okay, he's definitely...
That definitely counter hit a throw attack. He walked forward and gave it that just extra hair.
Yeah. Okay, Dude had that charge. The neutral jump not working out for him. Okay, the jump out, but Punk was thinking it was going to be another one of the flash kicks, but this is going to be huge. Is he going to spend level 2? Yes, he is. He's going to get the extension. He might not get burnout from this. Oh, just didn't get the juggle either, but it's all right. Punk going in with the EX Fireball to reset the bracket. This is going to go the distance for sure.
Yeah, that was a super composed last round there from Punk. Just maximized on every opportunity, and then to force checkmate in that spot against Guile with just fireballs. It feels like something that you shouldn't be able to do, right? Like the idea of using out fireballing Guile, but you had exactly enough drive gauge for it, and there was no way that he was going to answer.
Okay, what a great start for Punk. Oh, the drop, but still in good position. Didn't go punished. And look at that poke that dude just ends up walking into. Oh, God.
All right. Charging the fireballs to vary the timing. Oh, it leads to an overhead, but too far away for the confirm with the standing medium kick.
Oh, the drive rush off of the whiff stand light punch. Punk now in burnout, and he has to play this positioning immaculately, walking into those booms. And look at that, NuckleDo just really trying to apply that chip out, but doesn't even need to as he lands this conversion into the level 1, taking the first point in this, the first round in this reset. Yeah, once Punk went into burnout, it was like a constant disaster situation, just because dude knows how to tack on that pressure and make sure that he's at a safe range, but keeping you blocking, you know, like whether it be through booms, whether it be through the just the farthest possible ranges of his buttons. He really knows how to apply that pressure, but keep himself safe.
Still fighting in this mid-range, Do having to resort to a little bit more active in the fireball game. I think nice shimmy works out there for Do. Perfect parry on wake up earns Punk a little bit of breathing room, but still stuck at the corner, smothered. What's it going to be? Fireball connects as he tries to move forward with the fierce back throw out of Punk to try to close this one out with the level 2. You just want to target that drive gauge, drive reversal. What a read from Punk!
Oh my God, and just going for the raw CA, that is so absolutely dead, so much damage. And that started off with a really great drive reversal from Punk after that level 2. So he was able to take those 2 bars from NuckleDu, but then put himself in a really good situation. Now,
Gee. I don't know how you're
Yeah.
composed after that. That was sick.
Oh.
Shimmy works out once again for Du though. Has been catching Punk teching.
ooh.
Whoa, layers.
That was absolutely layers. Using the late, oh my god, using the heavy boom to cut fast past him, bait the parry and then throw punish it. Like that was
stolen.
absolutely.
Everybody steal that right now.
Okay, NuckleDu keeping that momentum from the last game. In that last round, got Punk locked down. Oh, Punk tried to mash out of that.
God.
Unfortunately, the stand light kick whiff, but he's able to. Whoa. I mean, he was trying to get a read on NuckleDu's confidence there.
Absolutely. Okay, early short out of the drive rush. Controls a weird space, but very quickly still has the anti-air on deck there. Does NuckleDu. Punk losing slightly more space, but you can see Du has found that read on the timing that he needs to stay in control.
Oh, okay. Good jump there from Punk. Just past the crouch heavy punch. Now he's got a good position as long as Du. Oh, nice. The walk-up throw. And he's got that read on that flash kick. Stayed composed this time around. And now Punk trying to steal a game away from NuckleDu.
Right, drive rush forward goes unanswered. Get big damage, big corner carry. Meaty situation. That slight delay, you can see the amount of respect that they're both having right now for the other's wake up reversal. Ends the combo into the level 3, specifically targeting that drive gauge. Wants to be able to use this neutral situation to his benefit here. Does NuckleDu. Good parry from Punk.
Yeah, I mean, the dash out to try to instill that pressure. Good thing that Punk didn't try to overextend on defense, but Punk, look at this range that he's playing at, the buffer into the level 2, or hit confirm, I should say. And this is going to be dead for sure. Now tied up in the set, 1-1, NuckleDu and Punk. They are both so locked in.
They are trying to go the distance, and you can absolutely see in the way that they're interacting with one another that people refer to neutral as a conversation. There's absolutely a conversation being played right now as they're adjusting the ranges that they are choosing to play at. Back throw, and NuckleDu is in the driver's seat, uses the plus frames to try to find a throw, not quite gonna get it. No, doesn't have the anti-air, should have gone for the flash kick in that spot.
Okay, yeah, he's got to be wary of how much drive gauge NuckleDu's got, so how much freedom he has offensively.
Oh.
Another miss input, unfortunately, from the fireball. NuckleDu's just going to sit pretty. Oh, but the dive kick cuts through. Oh, put the punish counter on that dive kick.
Huge though, level 2. I think NuckleDu can force checkmate here. Just about. I don't know what that choice was. Is able to trade through all the fireballs, but now Punk out of burnout. This is super doable.
Oh
God.
my God, you're joking. The patience from Punk, the stare down that they had at point blank range, and Punk perfectly calculated that DI.
He should have died.
He should have died.
It
It was a reaction. I shouldn't say he calculated, but he had that in the pocket and he pulled it out at just the perfect time. So, and again, the level 2!
Fireball.
This
Punk is
guy!
looking so awake right now.
I mean, it's I'm not going to say it's risk-free, but it being a quarter circle back input is so helpful.
Wow. What am I going to call it? A trip guard? Trying to go for the meaty pressure there is NuckleDu. We're not going to have the down charge, unfortunately. We're going to try to trade. Punk gets the better of that interaction, and the OD fireball on the wake-up situation is going to bring us to a game 4. Punk up 2-1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was a great way to take advantage of the burnout. Make sure he applied that chip. I mean, that drive rush behind the fireball to get that sweep and make it that one-touch situation was insane. So, Du needs to reactivate what he had in the first round of that last game. Just go back to making sure that Punk just sits uncomfortably and doesn't get a good read on your offensive options, but it feels like exactly where his mind is at right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a complete repeat of set one right now. Punk about to make the 3-1 comeback a second time. Low forward connects, but just a little bit too far away. Not a lot of drive gauge left to try to block with. How's he going to choose? What a perfect parry to manage to avoid the burnout. Smart from NuckleDude, commits the fastest resource he has because he knows Punk needs to make a big choice to recontrol the neutral. What?
Good read from Punk, starting it out. Kind of a full send option to round start DI, but it works out for him. He's got NuckleDude in the corner. He's got those throw loops applied, but no. Look at that, NuckleDude just going out. The corpse hop to keep himself safe, but the check could not check that drive rush, and the side switch yet again. Punk, such a commanding spot. Life lead is huge. No check on that drive rush. NuckleDude trying to take this back. Doesn't go for the level 3. And hopefully that's not going to be a huge punish off of it. Never mind the hit confirm into the level 3. We are tied up in the set. Game 5 and our grand finals reset here at the Kickback. NuckleDude versus Punk. I said it was going to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, and it absolutely is right now. We're going to have to see, wow, what a choice from NuckleDude to open it up. Drive rush, standing medium kick. An aggressive call from Guile that you wouldn't ordinarily see, and already off to a pretty decent life lead. That's one of the disadvantages of playing Akuma. We talked about it a little bit earlier. With that lesser life, you are not allowed to be wrong in neutral as often. Doesn't have a pickup after, or I should say doesn't force the issue. Very little life left here for Punk. Oh, gets away with the jump in over the Sonic Blade. Smart.
Yeah, absolutely. But the EX, nice, reacted to that drive rush, had that flash kick ready, and this is it. Potentially the tournament could go to Do as he sits one round away from it. How does Punk respond? How does Punk fight back?
Okay, Fireball as a poke coming out once again and really just being active in his space right now. Standing fierce. Nice whiff punish from Doof. Too far away to get anything off of the low forward.
Ooh, that was not a whiff punish there, but look at this. It's just pokes in the mid screen. We haven't really gone too far from the center of the screen.
Yeah, representing a lot of forward medium kick right now as Punk finds the anti-air, confirm with the low forward. Needs to make this happen. Wants to bring us to a final game, final round. Certainly. Shimmy, no bite.
Oh, the check. And it's just like Punk is unwilling to try to go for a second throw after the first one, right? Like he's giving a lot of respect to NuckleDude, and for good reason, as NuckleDude once again gets that hit confirm into the level 3. And it's so close. Look how your...
Oh, okay. Sure. Why not?
What? My brain.
Sure.
My brain.
That was the
Great stuff.
All right.
To NuckleDude for it would have been sick. That would have been so tight. Like you can't.
It would have been.
You can't be like, Punk, what are you doing?
I would have jumped out of my chair.
I would have left. I would have left the room. 100% sure. Like you would have had to commentate the final round by yourself. I would have watched it from heaven after dying from how sick that would have been. But it's sick that Do won the tournament. Let's not let that moment steal the fact that it didn't work. Okay, like the Do was ready for it. He jumped back, got that punish. What a Hail Mary from Punk, and what a punish from Do. Now taking the kickback. So congratulations to him for taking this bracket. Congratulations to everybody else in the top 8, for you guys for watching, everybody who participated in the ladder. Enzo, our guest, big thank you to you for taking the time out of your day. Thank you to Enzo's parents for allowing that to happen.
True.
And if you are a sponsor wanting to pick up that player, message his parents, okay, and then have a conversation. But we have only good things to say about that kid. So, Bunch, what do you got to say?
I'm letting my brain filter out all the
I know
bad things that I wanted to say. I'm trying to, like these 14 beautiful people that really make Casa what it is today worked so hard for the past 4 years to ensure that I I strive to the fullest in filtering myself. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't let them down.
Right.
You know. So. But yeah, other than that, like the 4 matches that we had from our top 8 were really sick. A lot of them were of NuckleDu, and it was really cool watching NuckleDu do the things that he does. You know, it was dope as shit. We got to see Punk give his submission for the Javits challenge mid tournament. That was really cool. So, Javits, thank you so much for influencing all of us to punish supers on Wake Up. And yeah, big ups to Zychels for making top 3. You earned that one a lot. And there was a lot of cool shit against NuckleDu. I wish you actually punched that through. I was kind of rooting for you on the low. Other than that, yeah, no, thank you first and foremost to Enzo the Hokage for coming through and enlightening us on what the future holds as far as competitive street fighting goes. That kid is sick.
He
Mm.
is
dope.
that's a grown child, dude.
We've had a couple of younger people on the show, and they all have such a healthy mental attitude towards the game. It's been
They really
so
do.
exciting to see.
Yeah,
man.
I was like, obviously, like he's kind of like the pinnacle. Like I feel like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's safe to say. But like every single like new gen person that we've had on, I've left the show being like, all right, we're in good hands. Like they're like not one of them left me like kind of like, ugh, whatever, man.
This
like
is
type shit. So at least from a Street Fighter standpoint, I feel okay if I had to walk away from this today, you know, no sweat off my brow. So thank you, Enzo, for being like I don't even like you straight up like on some like young man good shit. Like
Yeah.
whenever I talk about that kid, like I can't even be like that kid, like that guy right there, young man, good shit.
Young man, for
Good
real.
shit,
Dude.
young man. Yeah, for real. No, he definitely proves like the kind of tribe that he has around him, as far as his like family and friends go. So big ups to him and all that crew. Thank you to Talent holding it down. We definitely had a lot of technical difficulties between the game was not working for us. So that's the beauty of running things online. So if you did not love all our downtime, make sure you support your offline tournaments. Watch them because they're playing in real time. The only thing that's a blow up is the venue Wi-Fi. Other than that, you're gonna get matches on time. Shout outs to Doctor holding it down on production, doing a lot more than he's used to.
Man.
Big ups to my crew. For those that don't know, we're doing a lot of training in the background. So big ups to Yost, teaching Banjo the ways of doing bracket running, and basically managing the entire operation side of the event. Big ups to Dan, putting me through the social media aspect of it all, and I'm getting familiar on his day to day, and we're just gonna keep getting better and better and leveling up. So next week, no fighting games. I think we're just gonna do like a spooky stream together and just kind of
cool.
like family bonding type of situation. So if you guys are not doing anything for Halloween, come hang out with us. And then we'll have November figured out by then. But other than that, we're out of here. We have much to do and so little time. I don't even know who we're rating. Oh, you know what? I know who we're rating. Knuckle do dang.
Perfect.
Please let that be his. No. What's his thing?
Knuckle do, I think.
Is it just Knuckle do?
I think it's Knuckle do.
Yes. All right.
There we go.
Let's go. Let's go say hi to Knuckle do, our champion, and we'll see you guys soon.